I'm hoping you've already seen the news, but if you haven't, allow me to be the one to warn you of the danger. A little public service announcement to keep you safe. If you plan on attending a WNBA game anytime soon, make sure you pack an umbrella, because it is raining dildos in the arenas right now. We've just had our fourth incident of an airborne dildo being ODST shock dropped onto the court. It's become a trend where rowdy spectators are sneaking dildos into the arena to launch them onto the court, and it's become so big, in fact, that there are now bets on some markets wagering on if a dildo is going to be thrown, if so, what color, what quarter. It's pandemonium out here. They've even implemented a no-bag policy, or not a no-bag policy, something to that effect of where like they're really cracking down on security, yet somehow some ne'er-do-wells are still mysteriously sneaking these dildos in. Of course, the most obvious speculation people have, they've theory crafted that the meta is most likely they are kegeling the rubber cocks in their own buttholes. They're utilizing their prison wallet to sneak the dildos into the arena. However, we do know there have been 2 arrests that have been made. One, Delbert Carver. Side note, I've never even heard of the word Delbert before. It reminds me of the Angry Beavers. Like, his name is pretty close to just being dildo in and of itself. And then another one, the one that's gone most viral, is an 18-year-old named Caden Lopez. And Caden actually broke the magician's code. He divulged the method he used to sneak the dildo past security undetected. And it's far simpler than the speculation. He just put it in his sweater pocket and then unsheathed it and threw it onto the court, then left. But got tackled by a volunteer and held down till police arrived. Now, Caden here is an interesting case because he's got a weaker throwing arm than your geriatric Meemaw. He has an arm built like a wet noodle, it sounds like. He was unable to throw the dildo to the court, so what ended up happening is he threw the dildo and hit a man and his 9-year-old niece. So he's looking at assault charges on top of it, as well as a couple of others, and the man who got struck by it was pissed. And I think understandably so. He brought his 9-year-old niece to a WNBA game. The last thing you're expecting is a fucking railgun dildo coming right at you and your 9-year-old, you know what I mean? So he's actually like looking to have Caden kind of facing some big punishment for it. And then Caden was really singing the blues. He was squealing like, oh, it was so stupid. It was a very stupid trend, a dumb prank that I followed. I'll go ahead and show you all the incidents so far real quick as a little montage of what's been happening.
Oh, look out. Something just came onto the floor.
Start in the third quarter. This guy had 3 quick turnovers.
Hayes gets blocked by Maya Caldwell. Something flies on the court, actually, from...
Got a whistle away from the basketball.
All of this has happened in a little under 2 weeks, so it's only increasing in frequency. And now a group has come forward to claim responsibility for all of it. And it is the lamest faction on Earth. Like the most embarrassing group of people this planet has to offer. Crypto Bro Meme Coin Rug Pull Orchestrators. They have now stepped forward, this meme coin. Apparently one of these goobers said, this is empowering to every fucking crypto community to start thinking outside the box, get creative, and fucking do something that makes people actually laugh. Meme coins should make you laugh. The whole mission with this was focus on making an impact in crypto culture. It's another blatant rug pull. I looked at the coin here. I'm not convinced that they're actually behind it. I think maybe one person associated with them maybe did it at some point. But this really seems like just the classic big trend. Let's make a pump and dump meme coin around it to make a couple quick bucks off of the dumbest people on the fucking planet. Again, if you put money into a meme coin, you 100% deserve to lose it. I shed no tears for that. So anyone that loses money on this crypto rug pull, that's inevitable. That's your prerogative. I'm not your fucking dad. You lose all your money doing it, that's fine. Just reading them talk about this shit is just so shameful. I feel like I've wandered into the anime club while they're LARPing. Like, look at the way he talks about the community members here like they're some kind of martyrs and heroes. Like, on the front lines, putting their lives on the line. Listen to this, he literally says that. There are community members out there putting their fucking lives on the line, so the least you can do is retweet. than begging people for crumbs of attention to their shitcoin so they can rug you. Oh my god. Now, I don't know if they're actually behind it. Maybe a member did throw one of the dildos, but I don't think everyone that's throwing dildos is associated with this coin trying to like pump it up or anything. I think they're just really trying to strike while the iron is hot. We have seen this exact same play millions of times with crypto, where something gets popular and then thousands of meme coins spawn from it, hoping that people will just mindlessly dump money into it to try and make a bag off it, but then inevitably it rugs. And they did confirm that Delbert Carver, at the very least, was not a member of the community. So again, not everyone that's throwing a dildo here is associated with the meme coin plans. It is crazy just how big this has become, where now all of a sudden, with all these moving parts, it ties back to a fucking crypto shitcoin scam. And yeah, I just thought this was a pretty crazy story I wanted to touch on briefly. That's really about it. So yeah. I moved a few more things around in my room, but now I'm positioned directly under this light, and the shadows on my face make me seem like I'm sitting in an interrogation chamber from LA Noire. Looks like that scene from The Dark Knight when Batman keeps hitting the Joker's head on the table. I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but for now it's going to have to do. I'm just going to be looking a little odd here. Last year, I was talking about an ongoing situation with an obsessed Twitch viewer that ended up taking a 700-mile journey, like he was going down the Oregon Trail, fording rivers and battling dysentery, to arrive at a Twitch streamer's house he was obsessed with, her name is Just Foxy, to light her car on fire, and seemingly trying to light the entire house on fire, because this was a blazing inferno. It was a big fire. Now, at the time, there was a lot of information still unknown. All we had was some of the surveillance camera footage, which I'll briefly show you. But I just learned 10 days ago, a YouTube channel called Midwest Safety posted the entire body cam of the situation, as well as that Twitch chatter's arrest.
On my car, on the hood, and some pot. And he lit something sticking out of it and walked away casually, like he didn't do anything. The next clip after that was the front end of my car engulfed in flames. The firefighters came very quickly, and I'm very thankful for that, because the fire spread to the fence and burnt the side of my house as well.
Now, at the time, we didn't know too much about the individual behind it, but now, a year later, I know more about this guy than I do some of my own cousins. So his name is Farhan Jami. He has been arrested, and we know his fate. Spoiler alert, it's a prison sentence. And we have the body cam footage where he is looking like a pathetic fucking goober. But before showing you the body cam footage, I'll go ahead and tell you what the motivation was, because I imagine a lot of you were able to piece it together, kind of sniff it out. He was one of Just Foxy's big donators. He had apparently donated a lot of money over a period of time, and then found out she had a boyfriend, and was so upset by that he flew out to her area, then drove to her house to set her car on fire as a way of getting revenge.
The suspect, wearing a loose-fitting pair of lighter-colored sweatpants, latex gloves, a darker-colored shirt, a hat, and a mask, sets a box-shaped object on the vehicle. He then sets another object on top of it with a fuse-like wire sticking out of it. The suspect lights it with a lighter and walks away, which leads to the entire front end of the vehicle being engulfed in flames.
Here's the director's cut of the arson, and you get a good look at him and the device that he made. Dude made a goddamn Fortnite gadget here for this fire. He made a certified whatchamahooza. It's like a fucking kids next door contraption for this fire. It's like a bucket and a fuse and a brick, and then he sets it on fire and it burns the whole car down and spreads a bit to the house.
This officer, as well as many others in the area, both on foot and patrolling in their vehicles, all begin to look for any suspicious people in the vicinity. 10 minutes later, officers find a vehicle parked on the side of the road, only about 2 minutes away from the crime scene.
What's going on?
Not exactly a criminal super genius here, not the mastermind you'd read about from like a comic book. So the guy commits this crime, and then he drives 2 minutes away from the scene of the crime and takes a bit of a snooze, or at least pretends to sleep. You don't expect a lot of intelligence from some deranged lunatic like this, but you would expect someone that just committed a serious felony to at least have the wherewithal to drive further away. But instead, he just stays at the scene of the crime, basically, and just tries to catch some Z's. Maybe he was just so satisfied with himself that he just needed to pass out for some wet dreams. Like, I don't know what the thought process could have possibly been, but that's him. He was parked just 2 minutes away from this place in the same neighborhood.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Just wanted to rest up a little bit. I have a long drive.
Why are you doing it out here?
No reason.
Hey, keep your hand up.
I'm just putting my seat up.
Well, keep your hands up. Where do you live?
I'm from New York.
You're from New York?
Yeah.
Why are you doing out? What are you doing out here?
Just came to visit a friend, really.
Where's the friend live?
Down in Cincinnati, but he's working, like, doing some construction over here.
This guy's a smooth talker. He's got the silver tongue here. He's weaving some very intricate lies. I'm here visiting a friend. That's really kind of the best he's got for that. So why are you sleeping in a random neighborhood if you're here to visit a friend? It's just so good that he happens to be a fucking giant turbo idiot. Because he gets caught immediately. Thank heavens. He didn't get away with this crime at all. And this whole scenario with him only gets even more ridiculous. He is so fucking stupid, it is shocking.
So why did you decide to just pull off in a neighborhood to sleep? I'm so confused.
Because I drove 40 miles here, and I literally came like an hour ago, and I was like shot, and so I just needed to knock out.
So you just pull off into a random neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, it was right off of the street, whatever it is. I really didn't know where to go. And I'm sorry if like they called the cops or something, because they probably thought I was, I don't know, doing something weird here. But I swear, like, I'm not doing anything crazy out of left field or anything.
You mind if we search your car?
No, please, go for it.
He might actually be the worst liar ever. Playing Among Us with this guy must have been just the freest dubs of all time. He cannot spin a coherent story even slightly, and everything he says gets proven wrong within 10 minutes. It's the quickest speed run I've seen for someone's lies getting debunked in a body cam.
The reason why I ask is because there was somebody who set a car on fire.
Who set a car on fire?
Yes.
Like, what do you mean? Like, how do you set a car on fire?
They set the car on fire.
Like they lit the gas tank?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Oh, jeez. Wow. Jiminy Christmas. What do you mean they set a car on fire? How do you even do that? Is that even possible? Can cars even be on fire? Like, what did he do? Like, set the gas on fire? The gas tank? Oh, goodness gracious. Ooh, wow, that's not good. Like, what, you telling me, like, maybe put, like, a box on the hood with a bucket on top and a fuse and then lit that on fire, which burned the whole car down? The car happened to belong to a Twitch streamer or something? Like something like that? That's crazy shit. Whew. Some people, am I right, officer? We gotta be careful. There's psychos out there. Fist bump. Like, this is not even a human way of reacting to something. He is an actual NPC. He's trying so hard to be, like, surprised by it that it gets into, like, fucking Neil Breen level acting. Like, this right here is something you'd see from Tommy Wiseau's The Room. Oh, geez, how's your sex life? It's so odd, and I feel like the officer immediately knew right then and there, like, yeah, this is the guy. Who would possibly respond to this information like that?
I came because I landed at CVG, and I drove, it's like 40 miles, and I was already shot from the freaking flight.
So where does your friend live?
Somewhere like down there, but he works up here. But no, like something like that. I honestly just made the first right off that road, made the first right because I was like, yo, I need a place to just knock out for 30 minutes, and it ended up being a few hours. But yeah, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody here.
This officer has now sent a picture from the surveillance footage that shows the suspect, so he can compare it to this man they're investigating.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy's good. Yeah, my friend, he's like down over there. I was up over here and then got all scrambled around, and then I just got a little sleepy, so I pulled on over into this neighborhood to take a little 30-minute nap, turned into a few hours. Oh, also, this guy, Goofball, He openly just said multiple times the officers can search his car if they'd like. So obviously they were going to, and they found some pretty incriminating stuff. And then the officers get sent a picture from the surveillance camera, and now they have a picture of the guy in the act of the crime, and they have the guy right there. So now they can look at that picture and look at the guy and see if they match up. And guess what? They match up pretty well.
It's about the same outfit. I want to see if there's a mask in here.
Here's your COVID mask.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a lighter in here. He's got a torch lighter. Yeah, there's a torch lighter and a blue COVID mask in the center console. There's no luggage. There's no backpack.
Yeah, there's no hat.
It's not the hardest game of Where's Waldo when you have the picture of the guy committing the crime and a guy that looks exactly like it standing in front of you. He's wearing the exact same outfit. And in the car, after getting permission from the guy to search the car, they find a COVID mask as well, which also fits the disguise that the criminal was wearing. The only thing they don't find is a hat. But it's not like the hat is a fucking mask from Mission Impossible where it fully hides his identity. It's not exactly, concealing who he is. It'd be like me putting these glasses on and people going like, where the fuck did Charlie go? He just vanished. Who is that? Who's sitting in his seat right now? Like the hat isn't enough for officers to be like, yeah, it can't be the same guy. He's not wearing a hat. Must be someone else. He must have gone the other way. We got the wrong guy here. But they do still do their due diligence in finding the hat in order to 100% put this in the books that they know they have the right guy.
He's got a beard, he's got the same clothing, he's got the reflective shoes, everything.
Situation down the street where you lit something that caught on fire. No. I'm gonna point blank ask you.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. I understand that you're over here visiting friends, but you parked over here for a reason. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
It's not me.
That's not you?
No.
Sure looks like you and everything you're wearing.
It's not me.
That's not you, huh? Look a little closely.
His poker face is too strong. Even when confronted with the overwhelming evidence, they even show him a picture of himself. He goes, nope, that's not me. It's actually that scene from SpongeBob with Man Ray and Patrick when it came to Man Ray giving Patrick's wallet back.
While searching the area around the suspect's car, officers found multiple plastic bags with a hat, multiple sets of latex gloves, and another mask within them, not even 10 feet away from the vehicle, underneath a pine tree.
Got his gloves and everything. Yep.
Holy shit, how did they even find that? It was so well hidden. It was like finding the One Piece. Ferran did an extraordinary job of burying the evidence by putting it 10 feet away from his car next to a tree. You could have probably seen that by accident just by looking at his car. It was that close to it in plain sight. So they found the hat and everything else that was used in the crime. And so they take it to Ferran saying like, hey man, we found the bag that you tried to hide. Do you want to just confess to it now, or do we have to keep playing this game? Are we still going to go through this song and dance?
Can you explain why no more than 10 feet from your car is a hat that matches the exact picture from the suspect in the video?
I can't, but
Are your fingerprints going to be on that bag?
maybe, I don't know.
Is your DNA going to be in that hat?
It shouldn't.
Okay, so there's no way your DNA can be in that hat. So when we test it, we're not going to find your DNA in there.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't, no.
Okay. I guess I'm a little confused. This is a pretty random, off the beaten
Just so
path
you know,
area.
I did see people walking around here.
Okay, this is a very random area to be.
Just when you thought the chess master was caught in between a rock and a hard place in a checkmate position, he flips the board around on you. You see, he just cooked up a really smart story here. Just so you know, I did see people walking around here. That's good. We never even stopped to think that he could be being framed by people that happen to be walking around this neighborhood at 3 a.m. That is food for thought. We might need to play with that narrative here, that storyline. Actually, I do kind of want to toy with that a little bit. I want to slap the cheeks around on it. Let's experiment here. So you mean to tell me that the criminal in the video that you have seen, that's not you. There just happens to be another person of the exact same build, wearing the exact same clothing that you're wearing, with the exact same beard, with the exact same hair. The only difference is they had their COVID mask on instead of in the center console, and they had a hat. And the real criminal, your doppelganger, was also happening to be walking around at 3 a.m. in the same neighborhood that you decided to randomly park in to take a nap while visiting your imaginary friend. That's the story you're trying to sell me on right here.
Yes. Now look, when I was asleep, somebody might have come, thrown a bag there. I don't know.
We'll be back with you in a bit, okay?
I got pretty much everything over here that's his. You got gloves and a mask. In the other bag, you have gloves, a receipt, a mask, something else, and a hat. So this is everything he was wearing.
So they've got pretty much everything here, and yet there is still more that they gather to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's this guy. They not only have everything he was wearing and everything he used, despite him saying that his DNA shouldn't be on there, which, by the way, isn't even him saying it won't be, because he's still leaving the door open for the possibility that it might be. Like, what the fuck? How could it be there if it's not yours? Like, what happens? Your doppelganger came through, broke into your car while you were sleeping and took some of your hair or grabbed some of your spit while you were asleep and rubbed it all over the material, so that's how your DNA can show up there, even though it's not yours? Like, what the fuck? He's not even saying that it won't be. He's saying that it shouldn't be. But I'm already getting off on another tangent for this fucking awful fanfic that he's weaving. But not only do they have all of the material that he was using, they then also have other surveillance camera footage from other houses that confirm he didn't get there at midnight like he claims.
People who live in this area also have surveillance footage that caught the specific times that the suspect parked on the street. Officers discuss these specific times and relate them to the suspect's claim of being parked there since midnight.
2:21 is when it got lit. 2:27 is when they're saying they saw the video of him coming in here. So him being here since midnight is not correct.
So you said you came out here around 12, around midnight? They got video of you pulling in here around 2:25. You've been lying to us from the start, man. So we're taking you back to the PD.
I know the evidence is overwhelming, but I'm not the guy that did this. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just not the guy who gets my hands dirty, you know? Like, it's just not me.
A convincing argument from Ferran here, but the evidence was too much. Every single piece of his story was proven wrong, all in the time span of like 20 minutes maybe. They not only got the accurate time for when he really did pull up, which was minutes after setting the car ablaze, but they also found all of the pieces of clothing and items used in the crime as well, and a picture of him at the crime. So, I think they've got the right guy, I'm pretty confident to say, and he was sentenced to 46 months in prison for this crime. So yeah, just wanted to give you a follow-up to all of it. That's about it. See ya. For a handful of years now, I've made an effort to occasionally tune in, try and keep my finger on the pulse of wacky stories coming out of Australia. It's been a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. I've just noticed some similarities between some of the crazy stories here in Florida and the weird and wild stories of Australia. One of my favorites being this almost Lord of the Rings style plot and adventure where there was a business that was illegally dumping trash. And what would happen is the service would be called upon, like in one of the cases, they were tasked with getting rid of a huge refrigerator. And the guy shows up, takes the refrigerator, walks it down the street, and then just dumps it on the street. Basically just like fucking timber tips over the fridge on the street. Just like illegally dumping their trash everywhere. And then there was a huge investigation as well as like an attempt to scam the scammer. Just stuff like that I find to be endlessly fascinating. So I like to check in occasionally, see if there's any, quirkiness like that going on there. And today, during one of my check-ins, I found something mind-boggling that I've just got to yap about.
Police have taken a young Meadowbank woman to court, alleging she left an anti-Semitic voice message for a well-known nutritionist just days after the Bondi attack. But the accused's lawyer says it was an accidental pocket dial, and the charges are a massive overreach.
Yep, in a nutshell, there is a nutritionist claiming that an empty voicemail she received was actually an anti-Semitic voicemail. She reported it to authorities because she believed in this voicemail, which has no words, no nothing, mind you, she believes she heard gunshots there in the emptiness, in the void. So she contacted authorities. Authorities showed up at this woman's house the next day and are now attempting to charge her with an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Serena Tanuri charged with harassing Mandy Sacker, a nutritionist of Jewish faith she'd never met but seen on TV and social media. The alleged offending contained in a voicemail 1 week after the Bondi massacre.
Obviously, the Bondi massacre is a tragic, fucking horrible thing. but it's also entirely unrelated to a completely silent voicemail that was accidentally left on this woman's phone. It was, by all possible accounts here, a butt dial. It happened at, I believe it was 1:30 a.m., and she didn't even know she had called her in the first place. So when authorities arrived at her house, she didn't even know what was going on. She immediately gave them access to her phone, everything like that. And this whole story just seems fucking absurd.
All of the circumstances of this case point in one direction. It is an accidental call.
Serena's lawyer noting his client, who works at Bunnings, has a severe intellectual and cognitive disability supported by the NDIS.
She's not anti-Semitic. She doesn't even understand the conflict.
I also don't understand the conflict. This is actually a fucking nothing burger that is now positioned to maybe ruin this woman's life, all because of accidentally calling someone that she was attempting to get nutritional advice from. I can't even imagine a world where there'd be gunshots on a voicemail to intimidate her. Like, what would that even be like? She calls her up and then lets the voicemail play for 4 minutes, and then I guess at one point just like Yosemite Sam breaks out fucking, akimbo revolvers to scare her. Like, what the fuck is that? That would never happen. Or like maybe she's assuming that the gunshots she heard in the voicemail was her maybe playing like a soundboard of gunshots, or like, I don't know, playing audio from Apex Legends or something for gun sounds. Like, why would she think that there's gunshot sounds on her voicemail? That doesn't even check out logically. Why would she start shooting a gun on voicemail as a means of intimidating her? Someone she has never met before, and someone who had just previously, earlier that day, sent her text messages very politely asking for nutritional advice and seemingly looking to, pay her for nutritional advice after seeing that she has successfully done that for others. So why would her conclusion that she draws from an empty voicemail that's like 4 minutes long be, this must have been gunshots to intimidate me and scare me, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime? That's just fucking unhinged thought process.
It's alleged Serena sent a text to Mandy, writing, "Hey, how are you? Is this Mandy? I saw somewhere that you helped Katie from Married at First Sight with her nutrition. I was wondering if you could help me as well, Serena." Around 5 hours later, a call from Serena's number went to Mandy's voicemail. No voices were heard on the recording, but Mandy claims she heard sounds she believed were gunshots, causing her immediate fear and nervousness.
It could be a bed creaking. It could be someone snoring.
It could be a million things, the least likely being gunshots. It sounds, by all evidence here, to be an accidental butt dial. And guess what? When an accidental call comes through, you're gonna hear some weird noises and some creaks and moans and stuff like that, like you're playing fucking Amnesia, the Dark Descent or something. Because, again, it's a butt dial. It's an accident. My dad sometimes forgets to hang up the phone when we're done talking, and I'll sometimes, I don't know, out of curiosity, just continue to listen to hear what's going on around him. And that shit sounds like I've just taken a trip into his fucking gullet through the magic school bus with Miss Frizzle. I'm hearing all kinds of weird noises. But I'm not under the impression that my dad just then went into a fucking firefight or something. Like, I don't know how you even jumped to that conclusion that those noises that you were hearing in the background of an empty voicemail were gunshots. Like, I don't know how in the silence she's getting gunshots and whatever going on there. I so desperately wish they released the voicemail to the public. That is not accessible as of this moment. I don't know if it ever will be, but oh my god, fingers crossed they eventually release that. I am so curious to hear it. And the woman here that's accused of an anti-Semitic hate crime does not appear to be an anti-Semite. This appears to be a woman who had no idea of her faith or anything beforehand and had no idea what was even going on here, why she had agents at her doorstep demanding her phone in the first place.
Ms. Saka contacted a community security group who alerted police. Serena claims the first she knew about the voicemail was when detectives arrived on her doorstep the next day. She willingly handed over her phone and gave them access to everything on it.
Until the point she was charged by the police, She did not even know that the complainant was of Jewish faith.
I imagine that's got to be the most confusing situation to be unfolding. You just now have some agents at your door demanding your phone. You give them your phone out of fear, and then you find out later that it's all because of a voicemail you didn't even know you left in the first place that is now being labeled as anti-Semitic against someone who you didn't even know was of the Jewish faith in the first place. And also, according to the reporter here, Serena is apparently someone that expresses no interest in politics or religion to begin with. So it makes even less sense why Serena would be leaving a anti-Semitic voicemail in the first place with gunshots on it to try and threaten someone that she was trying to look for help from. Nothing adds up about this. I don't understand why there are now potential anti-Semitic hate crime charges being pursued against Serena over actually fucking nothing. I have to imagine some of the authorities have taken a listen to that voicemail, right? Wouldn't they want to employ some level of common sense like, that's probably not gunshots. Like, that could be a million things, and gunshots probably isn't one of them. This woman has no history of, like anti-Semitic hate or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe this isn't really something we should be putting time and resources into to, attempt to ruin this woman's life over what seems to be, by all evidence, an accident in the first place. Like, why is that not happening there? This makes me feel like if I traveled to Australia, walked down the street, closed my eyes, and just started pointing at people saying I imagine that they said a slur to me, I could get them in trouble.
Today, the newlywed pleaded not guilty to using a carriage service to menace, harass or offend. In these sensitive times, her lawyer stressed they weren't critical of the complainant.
I just hope police use some common sense here.
You and me both, man. I would hope common sense will prevail here. Unless that voicemail is really damning, which I doubt. It seems like a fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m., and she started, like, fucking hallucinating gunshot sounds in it. I do not think this was an anti-Semitic hate crime where she left a voicemail starting, shooting guns on it to scare her for some reason.
The 26-year-old, who has also been hit with an AVO, pleaded not guilty today. The case is listed for next month when a decision will be made on whether the charge is dropped or if the matter goes to a hearing.
And you were very shocked to hear you've been charged from police? Especially with my mental health. Just wish people could understand.
I'd never heard of an AVO before. I thought this was like a separate charge she was also given here for this voicemail. But I looked it up, and it's an apprehended violence order. And in Australia, it's used to protect someone they believe is in need of protection from, like, harassment, stalking, that kind of thing. So I'm assuming, based on the way the reporter presents it, saying that Serena got hit with an AVO, it means that they believed Mandy was in potential danger from Serena doing something. So now they've served her an AVO to protect Mandy from Serena, all because of an accidental fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m. when she was looking for nutritional advice. Quite the circus, I would say here. I'm hoping the charges get dropped and that it doesn't go to a hearing for some reason, because I truly cannot imagine a world where this is an actual anti-Semitic hate crime where she was shooting a gun on voicemail to scare a nutritionist she was looking for advice from. But I guess we'll see. I'm very curious to see where it goes in a month here, to see if it does progress further. Hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see. That's really about it. So yeah, this is one of the more infuriating stories I've seen in recent times. The injustice here is just unfathomable. Meet Jesse Butler. He is a rapist. Jesse is an 18-year-old that was facing 78 years in prison for heinous crimes, including 10 allegations including rape, battery by strangulation, rape by instrumentation, and domestic assault involving 2 women. He pled no contest to these charges. The evidence is overwhelming. It is irrefutable that he is guilty of these crimes he was charged. There's photo evidence. There is even a video Jesse himself took of him strangling one of his victims till they passed out. There is more proof that Jesse Butler is guilty of all of this rape than there is proof that the sky is blue. This is not a matter of him like weaseling his way out of these charges because they were able to muddy the water or something. He literally pled no contest to them. So you would think this would be a slam dunk case to lock a monster away. I think every sane person in this country would hear this story, learn about Jesse Butler, and agree this is just pure evil and there is no reason at all he should be anywhere but behind bars. But we have to remember, not everyone is sane. And some of these people that have a fucking screw loose are also in positions of power. And in this case, a judge. A judge named Susan C. Worthington in Payne County, Oklahoma, who is just a fucking troglodyte homunculus, it seems, that decided that Jesse Butler shouldn't be going to jail for these crimes. No. Susan C. Worthington rolled up her sleeves and ultimately decided that the punishment that fits the crime in this case is a teensy tiny bit of community service with a 1-2 punch of rehab. That is the justice that Susan C. Worthington brought to the victims of this rapist. This guy will not see a prison cell. He is still going to be a free man, even after pleading no contest to these heinous, vile crimes. He is a rapist. And this judge, Susan C. Worthington, has said, that's okay. Well, it's nothing we can't fix here with a little bit of tender love and care and a bit of elbow grease with some community and service. Now, to be clear here, and keep in mind, I'm still a little, new to understanding how a lot of this shit works with my fucking Neanderthal brain here. But as I understand it, this wasn't Susan C. Worthington's proposal or anything. This was a plea deal that was reached and was put in front of Susan. She granted it. But she had the ability to reject it. A judge can reject a plea, and especially in a case like this, that would have been the right thing to do. This is a monster that under no circumstances should be afforded this kind of deal. This is someone that should not be able to weasel their way back into society. They are a danger, a menace to everyone around them. So while Susan may not have been the one to theory craft this whole community service and rehab idea, she did agree with it ultimately, that this is the right course of action. So by granting this, to me, that is her putting her stamp of approval on it, that this, in her eyes, is justice. It is fucking unhinged. I think Susan C. Worthington needs to be investigated ASAP. This is protecting a rapist. And there is a body cam of when Jesse Butler was taken into custody, and his mother is very supportive of Jesse, talking about how they're going to get him out and all of that. And it turns out Jesse's family is very well connected in Oklahoma. They have a lot of powerful friends, it seems, over there in Oklahoma.
Of both victims who came forward against Jesse, there is a third victim who, if she hasn't come forward, but can you blame her when you look at this as the justice that they get? Speculation is that Jesse Mac Butler's father is a man by the name of Mac Butler, and he was the head of football operations at OSU. So somebody with deep-rooted ties into the community, and that then leads you to the judge in this case, or one of the judges in this case, Judge Susan Worthington. Between her and her father, the Worthingtons have had a hold on that bench for over 50 years. So while you can't necessarily say definitively that, hey, there's this connection here because he's deep-rooted in football.
He goes on to say that it's not difficult mental gymnastics for people to maybe connect these dots or follow these breadcrumbs, that there might be some kind of connection there, considering that this town needs that football program. Like, OSU is a staple of it. Thus, Mac Butler, Jesse Butler's father, is a staple in the community, deep-rooted ties here, and there could be some kind of connection there with him and the Worthingtons. Again, it is something that a lot of people have speculated and taken notice of, to the point where there is now even an authority that is considering investigating this potential connection. And it is very weird how Jesse Butler has these indefensible crimes, yet is not getting any real punishment for it. Is it possible it's because of who his family is? They were very confident that he was going to get away with this. They even said, in the body cam we're about to see, his mother said, we're going to win this. It seems like they were really sure that these unforgivable crimes were going to be forgiven here, ultimately, in the eyes of the law in Oklahoma. I wonder if that might have played a role in him getting away without even a slap on the wrist. This isn't even a slap on the wrist, this is a slap on the ass. This is basically Susan C. Worthington and the entire legal system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma, giving him the old keister clapper saying, hey, good work out there, don't worry, we got you covered, we got your back over here in Payne County. It's fucking sickening. It is actually unbelievable. I'm going to show you the body cam real quick because I think it's important you get to see who he's surrounded by, because even though his mother is aware of these crimes, it seems like she's more concerned about her child's future. Like, the actual victim here is Jesse Butler, not the two women that he raped and all of those horrible things he did. It's actually Jesse Butler that, you know, is getting the short end of the stick here and is getting traumatized.
Yeah, so we're here. We're obviously going to place you under arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest. We're going to take you to the jail. I told your mom that she can contact a bondsman, and you shouldn't be very long, but there just is a process for paperwork and stuff. But right now you do have to come with us, and I do have to put you in handcuffs, so turn around for me. You have to put me in handcuffs?
Oh man, Jesse's calling the wambulance there. You can see him start to tear up. Oh man, it almost breaks your heart looking at him get all sad like that. And his mom, she's starting to feel it, saying, oh, do you have to put him in handcuffs? Fucking obviously, yes, lady. Of course they have to put him in handcuffs. This guy is a violent rapist. To such an extreme degree, I wouldn't have been surprised if he tried clawing at the fucking cage in the back of the police car to get his hands on one of the officers' necks to strangle them and rape them. This guy is an animal, an absolute fiend. He is a fucking monster. Of course they need to put him in handcuffs.
Transport somebody in custody. You know we're doing this. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll get you out. For me? Alright, stay silent. Rick knows about this. Candy's on this. Dad's on his way. We're coming to get you, okay? Just stay strong, okay? Say your prayers. Awful experience for the child.
What she said while Jesse was walking to the police car there actually made my stomach turn. She said, what an awful experience for a child. Lady, your son raped 2 women. Numerous times. He nearly killed one of them with the strangulation, by the way. And you're saying that him going to jail here, like in handcuffs, is the awful experience for the child? What about the victims? What do you think about that? Do you think that wasn't an awful experience? Like this is worse? Like Jesse's the one we should actually feel bad for here? I understand it must be extremely difficult to wrestle with this reality that your child is a monster. I can't even imagine what that's like. That would be soul crushing. But to wipe your ass with reality and just blindly support them to the point where you will do anything to ensure they don't actually get punished for the very real crimes they committed that you yourself are aware of. Again, this isn't a matter of like his parents believe he's innocent or something. Everybody knows he's guilty. He has even pled no contest. The evidence is irrefutable. So they know he is a rapist, and yet they have fought tooth and nail to ensure he doesn't go to jail for it. In my eyes, that makes them very bad people as well. They are knowingly ensuring a rapist is back in society. And since this punishment, I can't even use that word. That word does not apply here. That stretches the definition. This is not even a punishment. What they gave him is chores to do now. That's it. Where he does like a bit of community and service, and then he does like a rehab program, and they tried to make it seem like this was like a super strict sexual offender rehab program. I don't want to get into like the weeds of how they ended up at this ruling. I recommend you watch the Law and Crime video. They do a good job breaking it down. But basically, to my understanding, is they legally de-aged him like Robert De Niro in The Irishman here. They rewound time, gave him the fucking time infinity stone, so that way he could fit into the youth sex offenders program, so he would no longer be like an adult in the eyes of the law for these crimes that he was being tried for, so that way he could be part of this rehab program. And they said, you know, if he reoffends, he could be facing 10 years in jail. We're really sticking it to him. This is super strict stuff. And I truly think, I really believe, that this is so weak, so flimsy, that the lesson Jesse Butler learned here is that he can get away with anything. And that the only reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So I bet that if he continues to be a free man, it won't be long until he rapes again, and this time he will not leave them alive. That's what I think is going to happen down the line as a result of this ruling here. They have let a monster back into society, and they have now said to that monster, he's untouchable. So I think there's going to be a corpse on their hands at some point because of this. Jesse Butler is a rapist. Jesse Butler is an evil, evil rapist, and everyone that played a role in him getting away with his crimes needs to be held accountable for it. There needs to be an investigation into this. There needs to be real fucking justice here. This is absolutely sickening, and I just had to yap about this today. It's crazy. That's about it. See ya. No long-winded intro. I actually got some sleep last night. I'm supercharged. Right now I'm Charles Prime. So let's just dive right in. Yesterday I covered the ongoing YouTube issue YouTubers are debating about with the reduction in views coming out of nowhere, all from Judgment Day, August 10th. Post August 10th, views took a huge decline pretty much across the board on channels, and a YouTuber named Josh Strife Hayes believed he found the culprit, which was desktop views no longer being counted the same way they were prior. This led to a bit of a debate between him and the Spiffing Brit, where the Spiffing Brit, another huge channel, disagreed and believed that that was, a bunch of malarkey, that was a bunch of fish paste. Josh Strife Hayes made a follow-up where he believed he uncovered even more evidence to support his hypothesis and believes he knows exactly the direct root cause, which is monetized views on YouTube not changing, but any views that use ad block were no longer being counted, which is why all the desktop views for channels across the platform were down for the most part, but revenue stayed the same. And to get into the spaghetti and the meatballs, he is 100% right, I believe. I shared that video with people smarter than me who ended up sharing that with YouTube directly. And they kindly requested to not share their direct feedback, but I believe I can mention that they confirm his hypothesis for the most part. Now, right off rip, I want to address one of the most popular theories about this that people were speculating on, that this is YouTube getting rid of bots, banishing bots to the Shadow Realm, because we did just see Twitch do that, and they took like a fucking massive hit. Everyone saw them get clobbered when they lost all the bots there for like a day. So people thought maybe the same thing just happened on YouTube. It does not appear to be the case. It doesn't seem to be YouTube getting rid of bots that has caused this reduction. It does seem that Josh's hypothesis, being ad block, is the correct one. That is the winning racehorse here in this theory that explains why so many channels have seen a huge drop in views, specifically from desktop.
These channels, despite seeing low computer views from August 10th onwards, had not seen a drop in revenue. And I think that was the key, because that means it's likely to do with unmonetized views or ad block. However, when YouTube is watched through an ad blocker, these adverts don't play. The ad revenue isn't generated, which is bad for YouTube. On screen now is an article showing a previous clash between YouTube and ad blockers written in January 16th, 2024, referencing the November slowdown of 2023, where a change to ad blocker, not YouTube, was the culprit for the slowdown. So YouTube and ad blockers have been in an arms race for a while now, with YouTube wanting to ban ad blockers, even recently making the 3-strike system. You may have experienced it yourself.
Josh is right on the money. He pinned the tail on the donkey. That was the key. That was the chemical X to the Powerpuff Girls formula here. The relationship between the decrease in views having no effect on the creator's revenue, it did help him get into the actual problem. And that was YouTube's calculating of unmonetized views must have changed on August 10th, because that's where it happens the next day. You can literally see it across so many channels' data. I think it's pretty obvious that something happened on August 10th, but we don't know what the cause is exactly yet. What was the reason? In the words of Hoobastank, maybe the reason is you. The thing is, based on Josh Strife Hayes' theory, and now the whispers from the back end, I think I can confidently say with a high level of certainty that the reason is the interaction between content blockers and YouTube has changed, most likely from an update that was on or around August 10th. From what I'm hearing, it was most likely on the ad block side, where what they use in their protocol, what they use in their list, what they changed had the side effect of that data no longer registering with YouTube's backend, so they never even received the signal in the first place, which is why those views weren't recorded. But since they were ad blocked views anyway, they weren't monetized, thus the creator revenue wasn't impacted. And it also explains why all of the other device types, the views don't go down because it hasn't changed. On desktop, on your computer, you are more likely to have ad blocks installed. Also, it does explain why some creators didn't see a big reduction in views. If they are mainly creating shorts content, which most people watch while taking a shit or whatever on their phone, or if the content is catered towards a younger audience, kids aren't as likely to have an ad block installed. So some of the channels that I've seen talk about how they haven't seen any hit to their desktop views post August 10th, their demographic is skewed much younger. So these kids are most likely not having an ad block installed, so their views are still monetized, thus calculated the same. It explains why long-form videos that have an older audience are now much lower, because of the presence of an ad block. It is a pretty watertight theory, and like I mentioned, this has made its way to YouTube.
The lost views were not monetized views, because if they were, we would have seen a reduction in revenue, which we didn't. But there's a third aspect to this. YouTube have claimed they have not changed how long-form views are recorded, and I think they are telling the truth. They haven't changed how they show the data they receive, which leads me to two possible conclusions. Either a huge amount of computer viewers all decided on August 10th to collectively stop watching a huge amount of channels all at once, which I think is remarkably unlikely. Or two, the data of the views wasn't being sent to YouTube because it either didn't happen or did happen and wasn't being sent.
And I think that is exactly right. I think that is the case. I think YouTube is telling the truth. And Spiffing Brit in his video mentions he talks to YouTube directly and they confirm they didn't change the way they calculate views. I don't think that's what's changed. I think the back end with the ad block non-monetized views are no longer even being sent to YouTube to record. I don't believe the data is making it to them. And from the little birdies I've heard talking about this internally at YouTube and everyone else I've shared this with, that does appear to be exactly the case. Now, I don't know if they're going to make an official statement about this. Fingers crossed they do, because clearly this is now a conversation that has reached the eyes and ears of those at YouTube. I think it would be very good if they did. I don't know if they will or not, but I feel like they should.
On the 11th of August, the website Tom's Guide published the article titled YouTube just quietly blocked Adblock Plus. The internet hasn't noticed yet, but I've found a workaround. I believe the data I have presented and the slew of channels affected highly likely points to August 10th or 11th, depending on your time zone, being days that the website YouTube and views from desktop or laptop PCs using ad blockers began to interact in an abnormal way, potentially caused by a change to either side, likely the adblock side, and this change caused YouTube to become unusable for viewers using adblock. This prevented videos gaining the expected computer views, but lost views were not monetized anyway, which is why the creators who saw lower view counts from PC did not see a reduction in revenue. I believe what we actually found was a small bit of digital data fallout from the software arms race between YouTube and ad blockers.
This really is an impressive investigation from Josh Strife Hayes here. So he found data to confirm that post August 10th, the next day, there was apparently site-wide outages for people with ad blocks, reporting that they couldn't even use the site that day. So he extrapolates based on this that perhaps the culprit was the ad block made the site unusable, so maybe the viewers couldn't even view the content, which is why there was such a drastic drop in views. However, I believe it's a bit deeper than that. I believe that whatever ad block change happened on or around the 10th or 11th, that made it so that way those views were no longer even being sent to YouTube to record on the back end. I don't think it was just like it's down for a day or two, that's why the views are low, because if that was the case, it would have trended back up, but it hasn't, or at least not in like a way you would expect. It doesn't like go back to the previous patterns falling in line with the normal correlation. There is actually even a public post from YouTube where they do have like a brief mention of ad block and inaccuracies of reported view counts. So on this section here about like what could cause some creators to report a drop in views, outside of like the obvious ones they point out, like maybe you just blow ass, like maybe you're just like a turbo dweeb and shit like that, they do have this one here with the ad blocks about how it can impact the accuracy of the view count tools. Channels whose audience include a higher portion of users utilizing such tools may see more fluctuations in traffic related to updates to these tools, which I think is exactly what happened here. This has been a long, ongoing battle between YouTube and ad blockers. They've tried all kinds of tactics like shaming viewers, like, we see you're using an ad block. Do you want to go to hell? That kind of thing. And this appears to be just the latest development in this. This is like the fucking Krogan versus Solarian war here. YouTube trying to sterilize us with ads, but we're desperately pushing back to try and have the platform not be ruined by it. And now I think that what we're seeing here with this huge view drop post August 10th from desktop views is the result of ad blocks updating and whatever update they changed on their back end caused YouTube to not record any views that were experienced from users using those tools. I don't think YouTube changed anything on their back end. I think the Spiffing Brit is telling the truth when he says that YouTube told him that they didn't change anything. I think that is honest. I don't think they did. I think it is on the ad blockers end, which is something Josh Strife Hayes also mentions. It appears to be that whatever they updated has now had the unfortunate side effect of no longer having those views calculated for the channels that they watch, because YouTube is not even being sent that data in the first place. It doesn't even get that signal. But anyway, that's kind of the explanation for everything as I understand it, and from everything that has apparently been talked about from the internals of YouTube as well. Really incredible work from Josh Strife Hayes to get to the bottom of this. I'm hoping the YouTube will make an official statement in regards to this, because now it's become such a big conversation piece that it is even leading to like drama on the platform to a certain extent, which, you know, it could easily be stopped if YouTube would just be, you know, not as tight-lipped about shit that they do have knowledge on in regards to these kind of topics. But anyway, I guess we'll see if they do. That's really about it. So yeah. Did you see what I saw? Trump Mobile made an announcement! My phone's coming! They start shipping the Trump Mobile device this week. The T1 is on its way. I told you, we had a lot of people doubting it, a lot of naysaying, it's not coming, it's not real, but I told you! I knew it! I knew it! Just like the One Piece, it's real and it's on its way. So let's go over the big video from Trump Mobile here. I have yet to receive an email about the whereabouts with my phone, but I'm sure that that's just... They're probably just so excited, so many happy customers that have been fucking salivating, waiting for this, that they'll get to mine eventually. No doubt, I'm sure. As I've been told for the last 5 months, any day now, and now we've reached any day. Well, the nebulous idea of any day. Some people might be getting emails about their phone being shipped out this week. So far, I am not among them. But I will be eventually, I bet.
Introducing the new T1 phone from Trump Mobile, a powerful device designed for performance, reliability, and real American value.
Amen. That gave me the biggest, hardest, most throbbing patriotic boner I ever did have. That is the truest statement ever uttered out of someone's pie hole. This is real American values in a golden phone that's made with parts that are entirely from other nations, not in America. It's so American first that they had to drop the initial promise of this phone that an estimated 600,000 people shelled out clams for, that claimed it was going to be made in America. They had to pivot off that because it wasn't. It couldn't be. It was impossible to make that device that they initially pitched, which has gone through many different iterations now, by the way. It's not even the same thing they initially said. It has gone through a lot of different things, but they couldn't make it domestically at the price point that they were advertising. So instead, it had to be made with parts that were entirely overseas, with favored nations, whatever the fuck that means, and is assembled here in Florida. So the American part is that they put the pieces together in Florida and slap a flag on it. Yeehaw. But as far as power goes, I tell you what, sports fans, I now see why it's almost a year late. They were cooking with the latest and greatest from Temu technology. Take a peek at the specs here, which again have gone through many different mutations here, but they settled on the greatest mid-range shit they could possibly find. Oh, wow, it really has been built for power. So much power, it makes the fucking Manhattan Project look like Weenie Hut Jr.
Built with premium materials and a sleek modern design, the T1 delivers the speed and responsiveness you expect from a flagship smartphone without the flagship price. Engineered to keep up with your day, the T1 delivers dependable performance whether you're streaming, navigating, working, or staying connected with family and friends.
When I heard streaming, I knew this was the phone of the future. It can keep up with the intense demand of streaming. Thank heavens. I cannot wait to see Trump Mobile customers' streams. Those have got to go crazy. That shit probably pops off Insano style. Hey guys, it's me, Cody Bacon Ranch, here in my bedroom. Oh, yeah, that's just my wife and her boyfriend. Sounds like he's really giving her pussy the beans, huh? Happy for you, babe. Anyway, this was just my first test stream. Make sure to drop a few galaxies in here. I'll see you guys soon. I bet it's going to be incredible content. I really can't wait. It can keep up with the demand for so much. And it can do everything a phone can do. That's not easy to find. Now, I'm sure by streaming demands, it wasn't exclusive to like broadcasting or streaming yourself. It probably meant in all of its forms. But what a strong selling point if they do market this to like influencer hopefuls. Like the T1 device is your entry point into streaming IRL content or something. That would be super fun to see.
Giving you the confidence of a phone that's ready whenever you need it. The brilliant display makes streaming, browsing, and staying connected feel smooth and effortless.
You know, until they said something, I never really had a lack of confidence in my phone to do the things that a phone is expected to do. It's kind of like the whole purpose is that the phone works. So right now the selling point here is the phone functions. It doesn't do anything extraordinary, but it works. That's really what we're falling back on. Like, hey guys, look, it's late, but rest assured you can be confident that this phone will do the things you expect your current phone to do.
Unlike many modern flagship devices, the T1 includes a 3.5mm headphone jack, allowing users to utilize their existing audio equipment. Capture sharp photos, clear video, and the moments that matter most with a camera system designed for everyday life. Right out of the box, the T1 phone includes a charging cable, charging block, and a clear protective case, giving you a few useful essentials right from the start.
When I tell you I can't wait for this phone, I don't think you fully understand just how excited I am to finally get my fucking paws on it. I cannot wait to see the videos that you could make on it and the clear, crisp pictures that you can take. Camera so powerful you can see into the fucking future with it. A headphone jack. I can't wait to really get in there and dive in. Where's my email? Any day now, hopefully I'll get it. So this is the first signs of life of the Trump phone. The first confirmation that it's real. I'll put in air quotes right now because still nobody has them outside of this concept video and the thing that The Verge saw a couple weeks ago. But it does seem like there is something on its way. And I've said this from the very beginning. I always had faith that they would ship something, just some irredeemable piece of dog shit that they would just drop ship off Alibaba. But it's taken them significantly longer than I ever guessed it would. They are almost a year past their promise, their delivery. Like, it has been a long journey to get here, and I am so curious what they finally shard out. I cannot wait. Especially after going through the unhinged lunacy that is the terms and conditions of Trump Mobile, the Trump phone. Oh, man. But yeah, I saw this a little bit ago, and I was stunned. They actually made a peep about it, which has been very rare. This has been something they have tried their best to like forget about, but I think over the last couple months there's been like more outlets and stuff inquiring about it and talking about it, so I think they probably started to feel the pressure. Even some of the people that pre-ordered it back in, June of 2025, even those early suckers, they were starting to call it out like, what the fuck is going on? So I think the mounting pressure has really gotten to them. So now they're starting to actually, put pedal to the metal here and get this moving, which is something they hadn't been doing for about a year. So who knows? Maybe they've had this for a while and they've just been in the lab cooking and making it incredible and it's going to hit my desk and be my new go-to phone. We'll see. I'm very doubtful on the quality of this for obvious reasons. But I'm going to approach it with open mind and open cheeks here and just let it bless me with whatever gifts it decides to bestow upon me. So yeah, looks like Trump Mobile is actually coming this time. Maybe. Who knows? Any day now, as they say at Trump Mobile. That's really about it. See ya. Good morning, hope you slept well, and I hope you're ready to get angry. I'm just going to kick your day off with some infuriating news here. When the Knicks won the championship, there was a woman who was celebrating, being extremely excited, and her neighbors in the complex thought that it was a sign of distress, that there was a possible domestic disturbance. So they called the police for the noise. The police showed up, and within a minute and a half, killed her dog. Just executed her dog. This adorable Knicks fan was killed for the sole crime of being excited. And now they've finally released that body cam, and it is clear that that is some fucking horseradish they tried to sell you about why they killed this dog. It doesn't aggressively charge at the officer or anything at all. And in fact, the body cam paints a very different picture than the official accounts here from the officer. Now, I think it's important before seeing this body cam that you know what kind of dog Jameson was. A Saint Bernard Golden Retriever Poodle mix. That's not a dangerous combination right there. It's not like that's a fucking chimera of violence with the sole purpose of, like, you know, brutalizing human beings or anything. We're not dealing with some kind of fucking cryptid demon monster creature. In fact, you would be hard-pressed to find a friendlier combination of dog breeds in general. This is like the sugar, spice, and everything nice to create the perfect family dog. St. Bernards are literally called gentle giants because their temperament is being so calm and loving. Golden Retrievers, I probably don't even need to regurgitate their resume. They're like the #1 starter dog for families because of how loving they are. And then poodles. Like, this is craziness to try and claim that it was an aggressive dog that was scary. Like, even fucking Scarecrow's fear gas would probably be ineffective at making this kind of dog, like Jameson, appear terrifying. He was in a Knicks jersey. He had a little Knicks shirt on. Like, come on.
Police department. Yeah. LAPD.
What's LAPD?
Hello. Hi. Oh, can you put your dog away?
Put your dog away, please. Put your dog away. Put your dog away.
The protagonist POV here already has his gun drawn. The second he saw that dog, he drew his weapon. Which, by the way, is a complete deviation from what they are supposedly trained to do when encountering a potentially hostile dog. They're not supposed to immediately draw their service weapon or bring out the motherfucking bazooka on a dog. They're supposed to be other things they attempt first. That's like a last resort option. But here you can clearly see the officer instantly draws his service pistol from even just laying his eyes on the dog, and it looks like his heart stops there for a second even seeing the thing. It's like he's never seen a dog in his life. He like jumps back like he just got jump scared watching fucking the first Paranormal Activity movie. And they keep saying how they're investigating this incident like a thorough, transparent, and fair investigation. This should be just case closed immediately from this body cam. I'm going to tell you right now, there are so many things that make this clear that it's unacceptable, and this officer should 1000% be thrown in jail. He is not fit to be an officer, nor fit to be in society if he is this afraid that he's just going to instantly start shooting dogs. So, like I said, you can already see he's drawn his weapon because he saw a dog, and the dog had the gall to bark. Like dogs do. Not even an aggressive bark or anything, by the way, just a normal bark. But the officer's already piddled in his britches, he's already tinkled himself, he's pissing in fear, so now he's got his weapon drawn.
Fuck. Dude. I ain't getting bit by that, bro.
Just listen to how angry this loser already sounds just from even seeing a dog. Fuck! That's a big dog, I'm not getting bit by that, bro. The dog was just by the door. It wasn't threatening you or anything. It just showed itself. And you're already panicking? How much more of a pussy can you possibly be? He is a dangerous coward. He shouldn't have a badge. How can someone who's already farting and pooping because he saw a dog be expected to protect civilians and keep people safe if he is freaking out after just seeing a dog and like sweating profusely with a weapon drawn on it? He shouldn't have a badge under any circumstances. And yes, unfortunately, the woman wasn't able to put the dog away in time, but I don't think people recognize how tense a situation like this is. You've just been paid a visit from the police. You have no idea why. They haven't even said why they're there or anything yet. So I imagine she herself is also kind of on edge and worried about, like, well, what's going on? What caused this? So it's very understandable that she might be feeling rushed because, you know, like, well, if I stay in here too long, maybe they think I'm doing something suspicious or whatever. So she didn't get Jameson put away in time properly. So when she went back to the door, he slipped out. I have been swatted before. I have dogs. One of my dogs, Tetra, loves to jump on people, excited. She's a very friendly dog, but she likes to jump on people. So every time that happened, it felt like a race against the clock to either get like leashes on them or get them in like another room and close the door. But it's not easy, and it's something that doesn't happen like that. It takes time, especially when the dogs are excited, like Jameson was here. They were just celebrating the Knicks win together. So like, it does take a minute. And you feel very rushed in a situation like this. So I get it. And it's just very unfortunate that she wasn't able to get the dog put up in time. But I don't think under any circumstances that should have led to the dog being killed.
Is the dog put away?
Please put it down. It's all good. It's all good.
We're not aggressive. You're huge. You're not put him in.
Oh, by the way, Officer Ignoramus here, when he first draws and fires his weapon, is literally pointed directly at, like, his partner and the woman at the door. So it's actually a miracle he didn't end up shooting his other cop or that woman, too, in the crossfire. I can already just picture that huge smile on the officer's face after he got to mag dump on this dog. A dog that the owner already said is not aggressive and is wearing a Knicks jersey and isn't charging at the officer aggressively like they tried to claim it was. It is walking towards the officer and barked a couple times, as dogs do, which is very normal. It didn't charge or anything, and I'm pretty confident any sane person would see this and recognize that it wasn't a threat. And even if you don't know that it's a Golden Retriever St. Bernard Poodle mix, you can see it's a fucking poodle mix at the very least. It is very clearly poodle. So why are you already frightened, chomping at your nails, and just ready to start blasting here like you're playing the House of the Dead arcade game? This is craziness. But now we're just surrounded by crazies. There are actual living, breathing, sentient slug people that have seen this body cam and are siding with the officer's behavior, saying that, well, his life was in danger. The body cam confirmed it. Dog charged right at him. He could have died if he didn't shoot it. It's just so sad how far we have devolved. Because there was a time when a body cam like this would come out and everyone would rightfully condemn the officer's behavior here. There is no justification for just blasting a dog to oblivion for the crime of walking at you and barking. It's a bigger dog, yeah, but it's clearly not an aggressive one. It wasn't doing anything aggressive. It wasn't baring its teeth. It wasn't charging. It wasn't doing anything like that. And still, the officer kills it, just executes it. And you know what, going even deeper, even if you try and spin fanfic about like why it's explainable that he'd be afraid of a dog, like maybe he had a traumatic experience as a kid or something like Bruce Wayne did with bats or whatever, why are we suddenly okay not holding cops to a high standard? They're supposed to enforce the law and justice and protect us. So why do we have the expectations of them that we would have of a fucking crackhead all of a sudden? Oh, he was afraid of the dog, so I guess why not just kill it? What are you talking about? He's a fucking cop. Even if he is afraid of that dog, he shouldn't fall down into Neanderthal brain. He should follow protocol as he is trained to do. Follow order, which very clearly he did not. This is a complete deviation from their training, from their own rules of handling dog encounters that are potentially hostile. So why are we okay, like, excusing that? There was a time where everyone would look at that and say the officer needs to face punishment, repercussions, but not anymore. Now there is a very sizable chunk of people that think that it's very justified. They will swallow any cock that they are fed as long as it comes from an official channel, and don't want to think or really do any kind of like actual soul searching themselves. They just want to be told what they need to believe and what they need to support. And here it's that the officer was right. Even though your own eyes should betray that your own eyes should tell you that what he did here is not right. That is not an aggressive dog. Yes, the woman didn't put the dog away like they instructed her to do. But as I said, these officers have just showed up randomly at her door. She has no idea why. She's just gone through an extremely happy time celebrating with her dog for the big Knicks championship. Now there's some officers at her door. So they tell her to put the dog away. She goes in, and she probably feels rushed, probably a bit discombobulated, as most normal people would be in a situation like this because it's tense. And then It takes a little bit of time to take a dog and put it in like another room, especially if the dog's already excited because you've got the dog all wound up and excited because you were celebrating. So maybe she thought she didn't fully have time to do that. So instead, she just goes back in, probably puts the dog like on the couch or something, then goes to the door, talks to the officers for a second, and as she goes to shut the door again to ensure Jameson stays in, he slips out. A mistake for sure, but it shouldn't have been a fatal one. That shouldn't have been the death sentence for the dog. And in no world should that be defended as such, especially when the own officer's training instructs them that there's multiple other layers they're supposed to go through before drawing their weapon if it's a possible hostile dog encounter, which I don't think by any stretch of the imagination this would classify as. But even if it did, they still broke protocol.
Such a good dog.
Oh my god, my teeth is sick.
What the fuck?
Oh no!
The Calvary for this.
I can't.
Instead of you guys kill the dog with his fucking drug dealers and shit outside, why don't you shoot those motherfuckers?
The Knicks just won the championship. We were just so happy. We were just celebrating the Knicks.
Instead of fucking getting a fucking piece of shit outside, you kill a fucking dog.
Oh God, Jeremiah!
Why? Why?
Why?
Unnecessary.
Wow, where's this shit out?
What is the purpose of all of you?
Hey, good job. This is what we pay for. Amazing work, guys.
Oh my God,
Good shit.
Oh my God.
Seriously?
What the
For a dog?
This is fucking pathetic.
Are you serious?
That's heartbreaking stuff, man. Even the neighbors all started to come out and berate the cops for what they've done there. Instead of doing anything about actual vile, evil scum out there on the streets doing heinous shit, they instead, with a noise complaint, come in and end up killing this woman's dog. A dog that was beloved by everyone in the complex, it seems. Neighbors come out talking about how good the dog was. A bunch of neighbors have spoke up about how much they enjoyed Jameson's company and how friendly he was with other dogs and other people. And even the people who called the police in the first place are extremely regretful because they just genuinely thought she was in trouble, and it ended up with the cops killing her dog. I think it's just ridiculous, and I don't understand why there are so many weirdos online, these fucking worms, this fungus that wants so badly to defend the officer's killing of this friendly dog. I really don't understand that. I don't know if they're real people, if it is just bots just trying to sow controversy or farm rage bait for engagement. I don't know anymore. It's just so lost now. But I just think it is completely absurd. And even if someone is earnestly trying to defend it, what happens when you at your job start to break protocol? You probably get fired, right? That happens a lot. If you don't follow the rules of your job, if you break those rules, what happens? You get punished for it. You lose your job. Why should it be any different for police officers? In fact, I think it should be much more strictly enforced for officers with much more severe consequences for breaking protocol, because in that job, it's life or death, not just for themselves, but for everything and everyone around them. So this officer breaking protocol here, going against the rules, going against their training, ends with a dead dog. Like, I think this is something that should be taken very, very seriously, and I don't think there's any justifying it at all. Especially not after seeing the body cam. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, we're bucking the trend for a moment here. Here's a body cam that is not a fake cop. This is not a LARPer in any way, shape, or form. That's not to say that I've beaten the addiction to those body cams. I am still very much in that whirlwind, but we did take a brief respite to just look at a wacky one from the other night that I wanted to share with you here. One that I looked into a little bit and couldn't find any additional information on, so it leads me to believe that this was just a one-time thing where dude must have been having a real bad day. Saw this wild body cam. Simple doctor's visit ends in disaster. Has the nicest cop I've ever seen. It's so odd. The title sounds very familiar, but I guess not, because I feel like I would have remembered this guy. He's got like a battle pass skin on.
How are you today, sir?
Why do you want to know?
Well, I'm just trying to get to know you. I want to make sure you're okay.
Oh, okay.
The reason I'm here is the staff called. They were concerned about you, so they sent me to come and check on you.
Okay, I'm fine. You can
Officer's
go.
talking like Mr. Rogers at him.
Is there a reason you have a general antagonistic disposition towards me? Or?
Yeah, because you two goons have come here specifically to try to incite a physical incident with a person who's had a heart attack last week.
What?
And I don't think that's a very good thing, and I don't like that.
That's quite the assumption.
It's very disruptive, and I...
Did they come in wearing like boxing gloves or something? You guys are here solely to beat me up. You have been called here because you want fisticuffs.
Folks would step back.
Why do you think that?
Because of your body posture, because of the way that you're acting. I take offense to it, and I think that you should stand back.
Hello.
Another step or two would be good.
Come right in.
Perfect. This is what little information we have on him because he was a new patient. But he came in and he was very argumentative. He was playing his guitar while we were
playing his guitar? He's a bard? He's a traveling bard.
He called her mom another person. And then he told
that if I'm not a threat to you.
Did you have any type of interaction with them or anything like that that was negative?
I was invited to come here and play my guitar. Apparently I was playing the rap music they like or whatever, but they decided they wanted to make an issue out of it after being told specifically that I could come here.
Okay.
I had a heart procedure, and they're trying to figure out if this is healthy or not.
Okay.
Playing the guitar?
I play guitar, so I have to play the guitar so that we can see. I drove all the way here in 85-degree heat.
Wait, what?
After having a cardiac event.
I'm so confused. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. So he had a heart procedure. And he's claiming now he was invited to come play guitar here to see if it's healthy for him to keep playing guitar. So like what, a concert? He's doing like a music festival here in the waiting room? I feel like the answer would be yeah, it's probably fine to keep playing guitar. Right? Like I can't imagine that being a huge strain unless you're doing like fucking headbanging and on stage performing. Like outside of that, you're probably fine just to be hitting the blues.
Last week?
It was that recent?
Yeah, last week. Would you prefer to have me have a heart attack? I'm not a physical threat.
I would strongly encourage him to be evaluated in the ER for mental health, but he can't come back here unless he's treated.
Okay.
That's fair. I think that makes a lot of
So
sense.
why do you have to provoke me by standing close and leaning?
I understand you were here for a follow-up appointment from your heart issue. Is that accurate?
I don't have anything to say to you.
Okay, well...
I'm waiting for my doctor's appointment at 1 o'clock. I got here early, and I'm waiting for my appointment.
Okay, well...
That's all you're going to get out of me. Have a nice day.
Well, they would now want you to leave, so I'm just here to assist with that. So...
Go for it.
Okay, are you ready to go?
You know what? You're going to have to physically hurt me.
Well, we don't...
Well,
There's
that's...
got to be a way we can avoid that. It seems completely unnecessary.
The cop sounds like fucking Ned Flanders. No, I mean, surely that can't be called for, right? That can't be the only path here. No, absolutely not.
Why don't you go back and
He does seem nice. He does seem nice.
I think that we can probably come up with a solution together.
Yeah, I think so too.
So based upon whatever interaction you had with them, they're no longer willing to see.
I'm going to sit here for a while.
Unfortunately, that doesn't sound like it's an option because they want you to leave.
You're going to have to pick me up and take me out.
Oh, there's got to be a way we can avoid that. You seem like a reasonable man.
I made a 80...
It legit sounds like it's okay to feel sad, that kind of thing. I've never heard anyone talk like this. It's like equal parts soothing and almost sinister sounding. I don't know. Like he seems like a nice guy, but man, it really is like a very interesting way that he is communicating with this guy here. It's like he's talking to like an animal that he's trying not to startle. You know what I mean? Like, I honestly thought he was going to start doing like baby talk, you know, like, oh, but what about the airplane? That kind of stuff. It was fascinating because you have someone that is steaming and then you have the exact opposite. The legit Zen master just standing there like, oh, well, that can't be right. Oh, come on, man. Like almost ASMRing it.
Well, with them being in control of the facility, it's kind of like their property. If they want someone to leave, we have to help facilitate that.
How about this? How about this? You sit here until I feel good and ready to leave.
Well, we're here to help
Whoa,
everybody that's
baby.
involved. What about we get an ambulance to come and take you somewhere to get treated?
I don't care what the fuck you do. I ain't moving until I feel good enough to leave.
Well, ask him to play some music. That'll cheer him up.
Okay.
Do you have an appointment here?
He came here to play
Does
guitar.
that leave us with two options? Either he leaves voluntarily, or they want him trespassed out of here and he goes to jail.
He's a reasonable man. I think we can avoid option 2.
Neither.
The only other option we have would be to take you to jail. We don't want to do that. That's completely avoidable.
Well, let me think about it.
Take some time.
All right.
Option
I'm
A.
going to take probably about 45 or 50 minutes to think about my decision.
So option A would be you simply leave and you're not in any trouble with anyone. And option B
Oh, you're going on his Facebook group. You're going on his Facebook group. Get ready.
That's got to be something we can avoid.
Yeah. I believe I'm in the market for some legal services. I have 3 goons standing over me, leering and trying to provoke a physical incident. They invited me to come over here and play my guitar because it's my wrist that was injured with the heart cath procedure.
Ah,
I want to
okay.
make sure that everything's okay with the wound, and they said, yeah, fine, that's fine, just come up. They were looking forward, they said yesterday, to me coming over here. I know, I'm rambling, but anyways, they now told me to leave, and I don't feel like leaving. So,
The lawyer.
To an attorney, so.
I'm not sure if you guys could hear that, but he said you guys are fucked. He said that I've got a slam dunk case against you guys because of this. So I highly recommend you leave. That's just my lawyer's advice. You don't have to follow it, but you could also sit here and listen to my concert. Thoughts?
Whatever you want to do, I'm going to take 45 minutes to just kind of rest and see how I feel, and then we'll decide if I leave then or not.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to give you that much time, unfortunately. I do
Can I
very...
give a 65-year-old guy with a heart attack a chance to make it out alive, or you want to hurt me?
I don't want to hurt you at all.
I'm hoping that we can resolve this peacefully.
I'm hoping we can resolve it peacefully in about 45 minutes.
Because we've got an ambulance that can come up with a cop,
Why,
which would
though?
be
But, like, why, bro? Like, you've just been in here hooting and hollering. Why do you want to stay? Like, go home. Or just not, like, go into the lobby and, like, play the guitar for the guests coming into the facility.
Max, this is the doctor who's in charge of the premises, and if this man does not vacate the premises now, he's banned from here. If he doesn't leave, he wants to pursue trial.
This guy seems pretty big. Like, this guy is he's kind of yoked out. Like, the way he talks, so mild-mannered and, like, soft-spoken. I was expecting to be, like, an older guy, but he seems young-ish and in good shape. He's got, like, paladin build.
You gonna let me think about it?
No, you have 60 seconds.
They want you
Well,
They want you out of
I
here
can't think
immediately.
about that in 60 seconds.
Okay, well, the time to leave this building is now. They've made it clear.
Okay, let's go.
You've been clearly told. You've been clearly told that you are immediately to vacate the premises.
I'm ready to go.
Damn, he does his own stunts, too. Holy.
Say or do that would convince you to simply walk out peacefully?
I don't think I can, because I had a cardiac event.
You can take a few minutes outside. You need to leave this building now.
Drag me out.
Get up and act like a grown-up. Act like a grown man and get up and walk out.
All right, sir, you're under arrest. I got to put you in handcuffs. Do you have any weapons on you? Watch your head. Where's your pocket? I don't want anybody to get hurt.
Damn, he got the Lone Ranger, bro.
You don't know where it is? Is it in your pocket?
They're about to cuff up the Lone Ranger. When does the madness end?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Put your hands behind your back.
No.
He's still ASMRing it.
Let's get your other arm and then we can get you sitting up, okay?
I can't move.
Yeah, you can. Just relax. I got it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be good for his wrist, unfortunately. It was unavoidable, though. They gave him no chances to leave.
Just relax.
Put your hand behind your back.
Don't you kick.
He's not kicking. He's trying to pluck the guitar.
Don't know.
I will not tell anything to anyone until I get a mask on my face.
Okay.
And I get my glasses.
You got your mask right here. There you go. And your glasses.
He has to keep his identity a secret to protect the ones he loves.
You want it to be easy? We can just give me up and I'll walk out.
All right. Wait, you're willing to walk on your own power? 1, 2, 3. All right. Hey, Mike.
How you feeling right now, sir?
Do you have a medical condition that you need immediate attention for, or are you ready to go to jail right now?
The hospital.
For what?
We have to tell them what you're going for. What are you going for?
They don't just let people
Lack
in.
of good music because they stopped him from playing his guitar.
Feel right.
You're still under arrest. Your property's going to go back to the jail. You can come back to the jail when the hospital clears you, and you'll get your stuff then. Sound like a plan, Brian?
You.
Easy. There's ladies here.
Step 2.
No, come on. Settle down.
Uncalled for.
What we're doing, criminal trespass.
Yep.
You know what day it is today?
You day.
Well,
Pretty much what you
checkmate.
did to yourself.
Love that day. Hey, Brian.
I'm refusing any
What an
treatment
adventure
for-
this was, Brian. What an adventure. No, you're right. You're right.
Yummy.
That is tasty.
Not yummy.
Is it hot for you yet?
Not yet.
It is ranch. It might not be.
Yeah, it might be cut.
It's
Like
kinda
really
hard.
hard.
Feel it on my tongue.
Only on my tongue though. Like, and not very much.
I feel like if you don't have to, when you're picking up your food, sign a waiver, it's not gonna be that hot, like as hot as you guys are expecting.
I remember we said that last time too.
Because remember at Buffalo Wild Wings, you guys had to sign a paper saying, "I
That's a really
understand
good
how
point.
hot this is."
That was a really good video. You should look that up. Charlie will hyperlink
Charlie's
that
gonna
right here.
hyperlink it right here.
Is it fighting back?
No, I just played it safe, just because I don't want to like swallow it and end up like you.
Nothing bad can happen when you swallow it.
Yeah.
Trust me. Charlie will now play the clip of me puking in the toilet. That's hot.
It wasn't that bad though.
I would say that is the level of hot that I want restaurants to do when they go super spicy thing. It's enough to go ooh ow, and kids will be like, oh wow, that's really hot.
Oh, bad piece of chicken. What the fuck?
No, they're just real with it. They put everything in there.
My God.
So is that the hottest thing on their menu, or is there? You have something? You have the actual sauce.
This is the hottest thing.
There you go.
Danny really wanted some pain out of this video. I can feel him excited.
No,
for it.
I kind of expected, especially with kind of the lineup they have, that this was the one,
to do
the fast food
yeah.
one to be actually hot. So I was just
This
curious.
is already
better
than anything we've ever had spice level.
Yeah, and taste wise actually.
Yeah, it tastes good. It does have a kick. I'm feeling it right now. I'm just really strong.
So
it's
am I.
not- Yeah, we're both super strong, so it's not bothering us.
Yeah. I think most people will be very impressed with the way I've handled this. I've been a big, brave trooper.
I agree. I am very impressed with the way you've handled it.
And get this, I haven't even been training. Yep.
As a reward, you can have some last nab Apollo sauce.
Whee!
There's also normal nuggets over there if you want.
Yeah, there's 6 ones.
Sure.
I forgot those.
This is your final exam.
Or is it, you get a good nugget so it can have fun.
Oh, they gave us a squint.
I guess this will have to do. Oh my God. Okay. It's not scary.
No.
It's stupid looking. It's got a fucking ugly look to it. It's ugly.
I'm having like fucking flashbacks to the kitchen table dunking PDQ nuggets and hot sauce.
Oh yeah.
I could cry right now.
Oh, so nostalgic.
Are we on 2 or 3 right now?
We're on season 3.
Season 3. They've been saying, look, Rolling Stone, Home Magazine, I don't know, things into the Vogue. They're all saying the boys are back and the boys are back.
That's right. They said they're bringing it back to the classics from season 1.
Bringing it back.
Oh fuck.
Oh wait. Oh. Whoa, they're out there.
Oh, there are some boys, yeah.
All right, here we go.
All right.
That's Apollo hot sauce.
Oh!
You can tell instantly by the gasoline taste.
Yeah, that. Not as bad as I remember.
No.
Not as bad.
Which
as
scares me. I think it might be a builder.
Or it's neutered for this experience.
Okay, I'm still not gonna swallow it.
I just did. Fuck.
Oh. the cool string. I can't get it off. It won't leave me alone.
I thought you were just gonna reach over and grab it.
Here, I'll get it for you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna need ice cream. I'm gonna need ice cream. I'm gonna need it.
We have I think there's 2 little ice creams in there. How you doing?
It's not as hot as I remember.
No,
I am
it's not.
sweating. I can't hide that. I'm sweating.
Maybe I can man mode it with chicken.
We do have ice cream, so grab a couple.
Oh, and the chicken's cold because we put it in the fridge.
That's true.
Oh.
Oh. Ew.
You have ranch. Stick your tongue in ranch. Ranch should be pretty good for you.
I missed the watery eye, Charlie. The spice
This is the panic I was talking about.
The spice is back. We're coming back.
Wow.
You can't stop us. We're here to stay.
Oh, fuck.
Our hero.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, you're not.
Oh, you should try that.
You're not allowed to eat.
You know
anything.
why you walked in here.
No,
I do.
He's not allowed to eat anything because here's where the fun ends. Chase goes, "That's yummy." And it does nothing. You know what, Chase? I lied. Here you go.
Yeah.
Here you go. This is.
Oh, you're really. Oh, wow. Okay.
No, I'm gonna get some.
Oh, what the? Okay, it's pretty
better.
bad. It's pretty
Yeah,
bad.
that's fine.
It's just.
Ugh.
It's
I mean,
not that bad.
My mouth water just looking at it.
It's got the gasoline flavor.
It's getting really bad now. It made me a believer again.
It's good chicken though.
Ooh, that breading goes crazy.
Yeah, it really does. And this is it's fridge chicken.
You alright?
Yeah. Can I have a tissue? I'm hurting my nose.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you said you're hurting. I gotcha.
Oh, thank you.
Do you want an actual tissue too?
That'd be cool too.
If you can't find any, I know there's some in the communal bathroom there.
Wow.
Are you feeling it?
It's spicy.
It's hot.
Hit your tongue.
It's hot.
That is definitely last dab.
Oh.
I've tasted last dab before. Alright, guys.
Hey, bye, Chase.
Bye.
Oh, fuck. Wow, it got really bad really quick.
Did yours ramp up? No.
Mm-mm.
It's because you're not afraid of it.
This makes me happy though because I have been scared. I did not play in Skill Check's Spicy Commander game because I'm not kidding. I saw God last time. He came down and he goes, "You have one more chance." I was like, "Okay," and I came back to life. But no, my scalp is sweating. You see that? That's
Yeah,
sweat
no,
on
I
my
can see
fingers.
that. I can see that.
Or his sweat. Who's to say?
Oh.
You doing okay?
No. This got so bad.
You want me to?
Wait, go into your ice cream. Oh,
You want me to heat up?
It's too
this ice
frozen.
cream?
Yeah. Keep using the range. That'll help. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's getting better.
He's transferring it to you.
Wow, that got crazy real quick.
My favorite thing is we just kept going as you were imploding. It did. That one was like a
real. That one is real.
Ramp up.
Oh, yeah, that one didn't play.
Do you feel like you're back though? Like you want to take our foray back into spice now?
Yeah.
Like you're having fun?
Yeah.
Here, eat some ghost pepper chicken. It'll help.
Wow, that didn't play around.
Oh, here we go.
That did not play a game.
I love it.
That was all business.
So it was like a mullet without the back.
Yeah, it was all party. Whatever.
You already did your part. It's all business.
Holy.
Oh, it just fell right off. You think people have missed this?
That got real bad. Oh, that was bad. Woo! Coming
Have
down.
you really found the spiciest thing for your show, though? I know we did Dr. Benorian.
Woo! That is still stands above the rest. Whatever happened that day, like I've never seen you two be less sane than in that moment.
Have never felt. Well, that's a lie. When I saw God, I've never felt closer to death.
No, you guys
Just
were
like
awful.
that
Do
was.
you think that something's hotter out there?
I surely hope not.
I don't think so. That was
Hey,
it was
leave
just like a
comment.
paste.
They need to see God again.
Yeah, like Chelsea said, leave the comments.
Yeah.
That, we've talked about it before. That is when our friendship became a forged in fire bond. Yeah, like sharing milk, spitting it up together was just you can't unbond after that.
Yeah, that was something special.
Yeah,
my mouth feels numb.
You're talking like it's numb.
Yeah, it feels really numb.
Are you?
Am I what?
Never mind.
Am I what?
Are you okay?
Yeah. Oh. Okay, I think I'm good. That's no ice cream, by the way.
That is no ice cream.
That's true.
I was
Both
a no
are
ice
frozen.
cream. I was no ice cream big
Both
man.
have been open so to be thrown out, but you didn't touch any of them.
Big. I was going to give you a high five, but I don't think I want to touch your hands.
I get that. I understand that. I handled that really well.
That was a fiery burp.
That was a good one.
The PTSD of that gasoline taste, though, the second it touched my tongue, I'm just like, oh. Huh.
Maybe Matt'll eat the ice cream.
I'm going to be driving home and have to pull over and shit my pants. Yeah, no, I would say as far as a collab goes, this blows the others out of the water.
Yeah.
I
agree.
I'm going to, not that we're ranking things, everybody send this to Sean. 8 out of 10 with an asterisk. This gets a 10 out of 10. Popeye's corporate. Sean can get you a 10 out of 10 if you just talk to us. Send us a message. Please.
Oh man, that was... everything was very manageable, and then the Apollo sauce, it really was.
Yeah, that's
brutal.
just straight up the hot sauce.
It was, yeah. I thought they'd water it down like Danny said, because there's no waiver or anything. And they did not.
They don't fuck around.
They did not.
There's 10-year-olds out there eating that
We
stuff.
could sue them.
We probably.
In fact, Sean.
Sean, we could not sue. Popeye's corporate. Sean can stop this. Wow. No, that was good.
That was good.
Also, just Popeye's is good. They make good chicken.
Yeah. I'm always impressed with Popeye's chicken, except their tenders.
Yeah, just take the tenders off the menu. It's really easy. Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
That was a nice, full amount of food.
It was. That was good.
Incredible.
That was very good. Well, thanks.
Wait, that was a 6-piece wing. No way. Yeah, we only got a 6-piece. They gave us 62.
That's because they left. It was buy one, get one.
Gotcha. Sorry, I didn't mean to put that on video.
Wow. That's the end of the video now. You happy?
Man, my lips are still on fire. Holy.
Before I had a physical form, when I was just beginning my zygotic journey in my mother's womb, an anomalous mutation occurred, where what was supposed to be a normal human baby was fused with gamer DNA. And the two of us combined in a harmonious fusion dance, and now, just look at me. Take a good hard look at me. This is peak performance. Very clear at even a glance, I was born to be a gamer. And throughout my 31 years on this earth, I have learned many important life lessons. Not every pee-pee time is a poo-poo time, but every poo-poo time is a pee-pee time. I've also learned that it's just not worth it to force myself to play games I have no interest in. So, the new Pokemon game just dropped, Penguinz0. Even before it released, I was skeptical on how good it would be because everything they showed looked like somehow an even bigger step backwards for the franchise, but I'm always open to being wrong. I don't have a Nintendo Switch 2 and I have no plans on getting one, but Penguinz0 is on the OG Switch as well, so I decided to tune in to some streamers, watch some gameplay, and see what people are saying about it. And Santa Claus rolled around bearing gifts, people were very excited, but to me it looks like a big old lump of coal. This somehow looks worse than Pokemon Scarlet Violet. This shit looks like my wrinkly nutsack. It is crazy to me. Pokemon being the most profitable IP in the history of our species still doesn't do the bare minimum when it comes to its mainline game entries. I really cannot understand it. Now, if you're enjoying Penguinz0, don't let me come in here and fart, toot all over your fun, whatever. Enjoy it. I think that's totally fine. But for me, it has become so incredibly stale to the point that it's almost insulting the lack of care Game Freak puts into these games. Like, there is not only so little innovation, I really gave a lot of charity to Arceus, Pokemon Legends Arceus, because it felt like they were going to start trying to push things and do different things. But since then, I just feel like they took their foot off the gas, and everything in Pokemon Legends ZA feels like it's content to just be the same shit, different toilet. So it's not for me, but if you're having fun with it, I think that's great. I'm happy that you're enjoying it and didn't like waste money on something that you ultimately don't like. I'm just giving you my perspective on it. It's a game that I'm very confident I would not enjoy, because it looks like the same fucking game I've now played a million times from Pokemon. It does not look like a game I would enjoy, thus I will be sitting it out. Something that I've been doing recently is abstaining from forcing myself to play a game just for the sake of playing the new game. And this I can already tell I'm not going to enjoy, especially after playing Digimon Storytime Stranger. I'm going to directly compare these two things like it's the fucking late 90s again here. Digimon Storytime Stranger is the newest Digimon game that came out. And I played it on a whim, not really expecting much. I hadn't been like in the Digimon sphere for well over a decade. I loved Digimon growing up, but I was more of a Pokemon guy. Digimon I always thought had better writing and definitely was darker than Pokemon, but I had always, gravitated more towards the Pokemon IP. But I always appreciated it. And then as I got older, I just stopped paying attention to Digimon. Digimon Storytime Stranger dropped and it was getting a lot of glaze. People were really hyping it up, so I decided to give it a whirl. And the game is actually amazing. Like, this shit turbo slaps. I'm about 5 hours into the game, and I am still learning new mechanics. There is an unbelievable amount of depth min-maxing to this game with so much meat on its bones. And it is everything the Pokemon formula and franchise wishes it could be. And, well, really, what it should be, honestly. The game has voice acting, by the way, which is something Pokemon games still haven't quite cracked the code on all these years later. The writing is, strangely compelling. Like, it is actually pretty well written with a story that I find myself invested in. The cutscenes go fucking Insano style. Within the first hour and a half, a hole tears in the space-time continuum, shattering the fabric of reality as a giant fucking Digimon fist comes through like the hand of God and punches a giant mecha machine, which blows us 8 years into the past. It is actually so hype. And there is, like I said, so much depth here. I think there's like 450, 460 Digimon there. But even outside of just the number of Digimon that you convert in this game, you have so many build options for them, with mix and matching your equipment, your attachment skills, even changing their personality around to match builds from your agent skills. Like, there is so much to do in this game. Like, the side missions are actually fun. I've only done one so far with the mystery of the missing shirts, but even that was fun. Everything in Digimon Storytime Stranger is what I wish Pokemon would at least attempt to do. It actually feels like an innovation on the formula. It is so refreshing. It also serves to showcase the potential of the genre, something that Pokemon refuses to even attempt to capture. Like, it fails to even try to reach like the actual potential that this genre offers. I have been really enjoying Digimon Storytime Stranger, but even if I hadn't played Storytime Stranger, I still wouldn't be playing Penguinz0. I just don't have interest in playing what appears to me to be another half-baked Pokemon game where like its big selling points that are supposed to make people pump their fist are the simplest shit ever, like being able to move during a fight. Like, if that's really how low the bar is, it's sad. Like, everything I have seen that people are praising for it are the simplest, smallest alterations on the same stale path that it has walked for over a decade now. And I just have no interest in forcing myself to play it and being miserable grinding through the 10, 20, 30-ish hours that I would put into it. I don't want this video to all just be me, bah humbugging Penguinz0, because there is another game that I have a very similar feeling of. Another culprit. Call of Duty Black Ops 7. I think that game looks like the same shit again. And I am so tired of the Call of Duty cycle where I buy the new Call of Duty, I maybe find a few things to like about it for a little bit, and then I'm done after like 6 hours because it's just boring. It's just doing the same thing as I've done for fucking like 15 years now in these Call of Duty games. So, I am also sitting out Call of Duty Black Ops 7, which is the first Call of Duty game I haven't bought since Ghosts. And I am very excited to not have to force myself into a Call of Duty game just for the sake of trying it out to see if there's finally something new there. I have too many times now fallen for their hypnotism where they convince you, you know, fucking mind control you into thinking that there's something new and different about it. They did the same thing for the last Black Ops game with the Omni movement, where I really thought we were about to get like Max Payne level movement freedom expression, when really it doesn't matter at all. It is so trivial of a difference, you don't even notice it. And I already know I'm going to feel the same way about Black Ops 7 based on all of the gameplay and everything I've seen from it, so I'm not going to be forcing myself to play that game either. I'll just be sitting that out too. Again though, I'm not the fun police here, so if you're someone excited for Black Ops 7, you enjoyed the betas and whatever, can't wait, all power to you. It's just not for me anymore. I'll wait for a Call of Duty that actually looks new and different in my eyes, where I'll give it another fair shake. But the whole point of me even yapping on this topic in this video is because I basically play like every game ever, and like for my gaming channel, and I've always said like I'll definitely at least try things just to see if I'm wrong about it. Like Assassin's Creed Shadows. Assassin's Creed is my actual least favorite franchise in gaming. I have not liked an Assassin's Creed game in so many years. And the last one that I enjoyed to any degree was Black Flag, and I didn't even like that as much as everyone else seemed to. I really cannot stand the Assassin's Creed franchise, but I still pumped like 5 or 6 hours into Shadows and was miserable. And it was exactly what I expected it to be. So what was the point in me doing that, wasting the money, and spending that time playing that game, knowing full well the whole time that I already probably wasn't going to like it because it is just, again, the same thing. It just doesn't make sense. I'd much rather spend that time playing games that I think I'll probably like, or games that are fun shitty that might be entertainingly bad, which I also really like. So I think just from now on, if a game looks like something I'm going to fucking hate, I probably won't bother playing it. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. So yeah. Need to get out of here now. Why? Let's say hi to her. I can't crouch. Oh, she's not there. I'm gonna tell you something, man. You're not gonna want to hear it, but she seems friendly. Damn, she's blocking the exit. I'm assuming I don't want to get touched by her, right? That'll probably be game over. Hide in the bathroom. She respects privacy. She's also very slow. I feel confident I could run by her. It's blood. That's why they're giggling. The blood is making them laugh. Oh no. Why? Ah. Am I being dragged away? No, she's vanishing me. This footage is gonna go fucking crazy, though. Our paranormal channel's about to go ballistic. He should have been live streaming this, so that way even if he does get killed here, he'll have like an incredible legacy with this footage. I saw it with my own eyes. The monster devoured a guy who then reappeared somewhere else. Jesus, why am I like struggling to read? Who then reappeared elsewhere. When I found him, his body was already twisting. From what I've observed, the monster is blind. Hiding behind cover and holding breath seems to work temporarily. I'm in her dimension now.
Okay, looks like I blew it. Well, I didn't sprint or anything. Don't make a peep. Nice. She's been outsmarted. Now, luckily, we brought a gun. What does she want? Why don't we ask her? She knows about cameras. She's familiar with technology. All is lost. Huh? So the chairs move back when she gets closer. So, I see. I summon the chairs. They block me. And then I need to wait for her to get over there. Oh, she's addicted to television. Oh, shit. To be fair, that is a good program. I gotta go back, I gotta back. No! Oh, what? Okay. We take those. Alright, alright. We got lucky there. I'm just gonna wait until she goes all the way across. Why'd she come back in here? This feels like a different route she's running. Got the key. Close. Nice. Got the key. Oh, fuck. Slendermen. Run! They've all got scoliosis. We gotta punch it. Go, go, go! Hit it! Nice, quick reflexes. I see the exit. She's gonna be there though. I knew it. She's gonna be here though, I know it. I knew it. She's pushing me into a trap. She's flushing me out. I won't let her stop me from escaping. You best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Swan. I'm in one. Nice, I made it back. Other common traits among them: hearing marble sounds, starting to feel something staring from the corner, frequent nightmares, beginning to notice, the eerie old woman only visible to themselves. The more they focus, the closer it gets. Fear manifests it. Destroy all records. How to purge his existence from my mind. Tried every method. Nothing worked. Surgery? Yes, surgery. The last resort. Gonna give ourselves a lobotomy. Alright. Well, now's the time. It's the only way. Luckily, the old lady gave us all the tools we required. Jesus. Did it work? It feels like I had another nightmare. But I can't remember what it was about. My head hurts. I think I have a fever. Let's get out of here first. How many times am I going to do that? Jesus. We're going to hear the marbles on our way out. Alright. Yeah, the paranormal's a bunch of fucking baloney. Nothing happened. As expected. Just another boring, overnight paranormal experience. Oh, the old lady's gonna be jogging next to us. Oh, there she is. Bye-bye. After a hospital examination, the doctor confirmed it's just a common cold, but I feel there's more to this. I keep feeling like I've experienced something, but whenever I try to recall, I get a headache, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of dread. It seems my subconscious is blocking me from remembering something. I've decided to destroy the camera's memory card. The deposit will also be refunded to the fans. I'm never going back to that apartment again. Yeah, so that fan was the one leaving those letters about, like, the surgery and shit. That's why they can't remember. And we did it to ourselves as well, the only way to save us from it. Unless... Uh-oh. She's still under the bed. That was fun. That was good. I've been really into these horror games. That was a nice one. I've recently been getting big into the UFC again. I'd always watched the big fights, and when I was in high school, I watched a lot more of it, especially GSP and Machida bouts. Lyoto Machida is my favorite fighter ever, but post-high school, I stopped watching as much and only tuned in to the big fights, and that's the way it's been for like the last 12, 15 years maybe, until recently. I've been getting more and more into the UFC, and as such, I've started hating Dana White more and more. I feel like as you pay more attention to this sport, you unfortunately have to pay more attention to this fucking fungus. Now, the obvious that everyone talks about is how he refuses to pay his fighters appropriate wages. And I'm not even here to really dive into this can of worms here. I'll briefly mention it, though, that it is sickening how underpaid the athletes are in the UFC. The only ones making, like, real money are, like, the actual superstars. But, like, their starter contracts of the 12-12, 12 the show, 12 if you win, that should be criminal. Dana White should be in handcuffs right now for that kind of shit. It's fucking disgusting how underpaid UFC athletes are if they're not champions. And it's something Sean O'Malley mentioned as well, though Sean O'Malley seems perfectly content being financially cucked by Dana White because he often defends it. But Sean O'Malley was talking about the money he made as a champion being significantly different from the money he makes not being a champion, which I think most people would expect, but the difference is absurd. I think a lot of you have probably heard that UFC fighters, when they're starting out, have to still have a part-time job elsewhere. They can't do the UFC full-time. It's not until you are literally like a top 5
cream of the crop level athlete in the UFC that you can actually make livable money there, it seems. And the bonuses that they introduced are kind of just a band-aid for the problem of Dana White being too cheap to actually pay his athletes. And I also just saw reports this week that they are now no longer accommodating team travel. They're only compensating for the head coach. Another classy maneuver here from Dana Worm White, who just has to find all kinds of grubby penny-pinching schemes, because we have to remember, the UFC is just a tiny little indie promotion that's merged with the fucking WWE, and the UFC only generated $1.5 billion in 2025. That's not nearly enough to satiate Dana White's gluttony. I know I said I wasn't going to fully open this can of worms, and I still haven't. This is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to UFC wages and how they just don't want to pay their fighters at all. Now, I'll go ahead and move on to some other Dana White dunk topics in recent memory here, because he just keeps making a fucking fool of himself, and I have to clown on him for it. But before that, I want to make a mention that I also despise the UFC-WWE merger. I am just counting down the days until Dana White falls into his K-hole and then really gets convinced that he should be more involved with the WWE, so he tries to start shoving his meat over there and strong-arming some of his ideas in place. Like, listen guys, listen, let me pitch you on something. What about Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Undertaker in a slippery dickory match? First one to hold the other's cock for a 3-count wins. Thoughts? Because I can just see him doing some dumb shit like that. He is just a factory of zero IQ ideas and even worse execution. Anyway though, I want to show you a clip that I just saw this morning. This is from an interview that I think is 2 months old, and I think it really showcases just how evil of a man Dana White is. Now, a little context before this clip plays, I don't think Dana White has any respect at all for his wife. A while ago, I made a video covering an incident where Dana White and his wife got into a bit of a slapping match at a New Year's Eve party in public. She had slapped Dana White, and then he responded by slapping her multiple times in public, in full view of everything. When I covered that, people were very upset with me for talking about it, and then even outright denying that it was real, that this didn't happen, this is a fucking lie. And then Dana White himself had to do like the world's smallest violin press tour about it, like, listen, don't defend me, this was bad. And I'm not trying to just regurgitate all the talking points from back then, but in the clip you can see he's already grabbing his wife when she slaps him, and then he slaps her multiple times and pushes her away. And it's not like he was in any danger here. Let's not pretend that he had just been attacked by fucking Brock Lesnar. This has been yapped about till the cows come home already. I know that. As everyone's already said numerous times, it's bad on all fronts. The slap from his wife is no good, and then the retaliation from him to slap her multiple times also very not good. The reason why I'm bringing this up again is because after what we've seen him do publicly, like in that instance, and now what he's also now just said publicly about what he made his wife do in regards to the birth of his child to compensate his schedule, it just really feels like the most loveless, miserable marriage imaginable. It just seems fucking terrible.
My son Aiden, when she was pregnant with him, the due date was the Chuck Liddell fight.
Oh, Lord.
And I said to the doctor, this ain't going to work. This doesn't work for me.
Man, I don't know where this medical field medicine is at, but
so we scheduled a C-section to take him early.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So was she gonna go natural?
No.
Okay, but there was a C-section. You're like, no, we got to back this up. Like,
yeah, was she gonna go natural? What? Like go in when the baby? Yeah, when the baby's due, you.
Right.
Hey, the baby's due. Let's go.
But y'all did a
that was supposed to be
C-section.
Saturday on the fucking Chuck Liddell fight. That was the date that they pinpointed.
Right, you're like, nah, this ain't gonna happen, Jack.
It's not gonna work for me.
No, we're gonna be walking out in Vegas. Something got to change.
That's
but you
crazy.
change, okay, nah, something.
But digital detox.
He goes on to say digital detox does not exist for him. This story is just vile. Like, I don't know how anyone could hear this and walk away with a positive impression of that. He jeopardized the safety and the health of not just his wife, but also his fucking baby, so that way he could go to the Chuck Liddell fight. So he had his wife undergo a C-section early in order to compensate for his schedule so he could still make that fight. That's deplorable. And they're talking about it, like joking about it, jovial, like it's not something super serious. That's a huge deal. You're going to C-section your baby early solely so you can go to that fight. Again, that puts his wife in danger. That puts his baby in danger. That's crazy to me that anyone's looking at this as anything other than just downright evil. This is so scummy. And he's proudly talking about it like, yeah, I don't slow down. I just don't slow down. My wife knows this. I'll be going all night. She knew this getting into it. In fact, with the birth of our baby here, I even made her get a C-section early. Ha ha ha. So that way I can see that Chuck Liddell fight, That's, what the fuck, man? That's crazy. Ordinarily, to a sane person, the birth of your child is going to be one of the most important, most memorable, most meaningful moments of your life. But to Dana White, that's just an obstacle, because now it's potentially infringing on his ability to go watch the Chuck Liddell fight. That's how much he cares about his promotion. He needs to make sure, the birth of his child is that's peanuts. That's nothing. That's scraps. Spits on that. We're going to speed that one up. Let's get through that real quickly so that way you can go to the real thing that matters, the Chuck Liddell fight. Like, even the most diehard of UFC fans should hear this and be like, wow, that's extremely concerning. That's just genuinely fucked up. And I have seen some cope with people saying he's probably just exaggerating or kidding around. I watched most of that podcast there. He doesn't go back and say like, oh, that story I told about making my wife have a C-section to deliver our baby early for the sake of the Chuck Liddell fight so I could still participate. Oh yeah, I made that up. I pulled that out of my ass. That was just supposed to be a good goof, ha 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 moment, you know what I mean? So as far as I'm aware, this is a very real thing that happened. Something that he is very proud of, which I think is just sick. I think that is extremely twisted. And I also think it showcases his perspective on the UFC, where I believe Dana White is under the impression that people watch the UFC for him. Like, I think he believes that he is the UFC, not the fighters. And that's, I think, also demonstrated in how he pays them, or really doesn't pay them. So, him making it of, like, paramount importance that he is there for the Chuck Liddell fight, because that's what matters, is that Dana White is there for it. So he's willing to make the sacrifice of his wife's safety, the safety of the baby, jeopardizing both of their health, for the sole sake of ensuring that he can still be there, because that is what people care about. I think it's just super fucked up. I truly do. And I would also imagine that most people that watch the UFC probably have the same viewpoint I do on it, which is the fighters are the ones that make the UFC, not the other way around. I think if the UFC didn't have the talent that it does with the fighters that it has, it would not be in the same state that it is. Fighters are the ones that made the UFC successful.
So I've seen a lot of fans and viewers online commenting or discussing what they perceive as a lot of AI-generated content in the broadcast that maybe wasn't in previous iterations of the UFC. Is this something that's coming with the Paramount deal, or just a new direction for the UFC, or do you have any insight on that?
What does that mean?
AI stuff, commercials, part of the promotional content, just AI in the UFC in general. I've seen fans complaining about.
Oh, yeah? What are they complaining about?
I guess I've seen people saying that the UFC should be paying artists instead of using generative AI, stuff like that.
Give me a fucking break. AI is coming, and if we're using AI, who gives a shit? People are upset about it. We should use artists. How about this? Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
The most unsurprising statement ever uttered from a human being here. Dana White doesn't even pay the fighters. You think he cares about paying artists? Absolutely not. This fucking goober, this goddamn zombie would 1000% be using AI fighters if he could to save even more money on it. So it's not at all a shock to see him with this perspective about, like, who cares if we're not paying artists? Who cares if we're using AI? Just shut up and consume our slop. Just watch our AI and put your thumb in your mouth and be done with it. Naturally, that's what Dana White is going to say about it. And expect a lot more AI from Dana White as he starts to recognize more and more how much money he can save by just farting out AI-generated shit into the UFC programming. So don't expect that to stop anytime soon. He'll continue to go hog wild with the AI, which doesn't elevate the production or anything. It doesn't make it better. It does make it worse, but it saves Dana White money. And that's the most important thing to Dana White. There's so much more. There's just plenty I could keep poking around about when it comes to this fucking scumbag, but I've already been going here for a while yapping about it, so I'll go ahead and stop here. I do not like Dana White, but I really, really like the fighters in the UFC. It's such a fucking shame. Hopefully the day will come where they're actually paid appropriately for their talent and their hard work, but with Dana White still at the helm, I wouldn't hold my breath on it. It fucking sucks. He fucking sucks. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I've watched a lot of police chases, and typically it's just the meat and potatoes. I don't usually see any of the foreplay, like what led up to it. I don't get a ton of the lore. It will often start as the chase is underway, and then they tell you what's happened to get there, like the previously on Dragon Ball Z recap, you know, like armed robbery, stolen vehicle, stuff like that. But it often neglects the world building, and it doesn't flesh out the main character. I don't get a ton of lore. But I did just watch one that I did get to learn a lot about the person who instigated the chase. His name is Ashton. And while the chase with Ashton itself was pretty standard by the book stuff, the narrative that was built up around it was something pretty fresh, and I wanted to share that experience with all of you. So Ashton and his buddies were on their motorcycles, and they were hooting and hollering, doing some wheelies on the public roads, and cops saw them do that. And obviously that's a big no-no. You can't be doing that because, obvious reasons, you endanger yourself and the other people on the road if you like lose control doing shit like that. It's just dangerous. So they went for a traffic stop, and Ashton and his friend decided, kick rocks, pussy, and fled. But they didn't just flee. Ashton, I believe, was looking to try and make like a viral TikTok video out of it. So him and his friend, actually came back around and started like taunting the officers, who initially weren't really chasing them or anything. They had stopped somebody else, but they really wanted to do everything they could to goad them into a chase. So they came back like circling around in the intersection like fucking clout obsessed goblin sharks, and then eventually the police do engage in a chase. And spoiler alert, it doesn't go super well for Ashton, and he ends up looking like a whiny, pathetic little bitch at the end. But I found it really interesting, and I got like invested in this chase because I did get a whole story with it. And Ashton is a really unlikable guy because he's the one, and his friend are the ones that instigated this chase and escalated it to a point where it became dangerous for all of the innocent people on the road, and themselves as well, obviously. And they knowingly did it on purpose, not to try and like desperately save themselves, but because they were looking to make a really hype YouTube video about being chased by the cops, the fuzz is on our ass, but we outran them, that type of thing. At least that's what I believe they were trying to do here. I think that comes across pretty clear in the footage from Ashton's GoPro. And I think it's really cringe. Oh, it was. It was this. Cocky teen's brilliant escape plan ruins his life in minutes. Is this AI, or does he actually have the license plate that says will run? That's gotta be an AI. Or Photoshop. No, it's actually real.
Performing stunts on a busy road. He initiates a traffic stop, but he doesn't realize they have no intention of cooperating, especially one team who will do anything to flaunt his stunts right in front of them.
I hate that shit. It's not even cool, it's just cringe. Will run. Alright, tough guy.
Right in front of them.
Come on! Get back again to try and talk this a little bit more.
Man, this guy sounds like a character out of the Amazing Digital Circus.
6:42 p.m. on March 12,
Why has he got a voice like a cartoon
2024
character?
in the Port Orange.
Damn, what is this doodad here? Like an EMF reader for cops. The fuck is this? I haven't seen that before.
Soon the three bikes come to a stop at a traffic signal.
Went 12F from a beach unit last week, so I was just trying to see if I can get him to park on.
Just ask him nicely to park.
The plate on a
He's just
gray bike
goofing around with that
will
license
run.
plate.
The teen riding that bike is 19-year-old Ashton, and just like
Hi,
before,
Ashton.
he has no intention of stopping, already setting his plan in motion the moment he realizes the sergeant is following them. But Ashton and another biker quickly sense the sergeant's intentions and take off before he can stop them, leaving the third rider behind.
Bye, friends. Oh, he lunged at him like it was Left 4 Dead.
Insurance card. What did I do? I watched you do a wheelie on Dunlawton.
What is she doing here? Is she part of this? Peanut Gallery's chiming in over here, live on the front lines.
With her on the back. I got him. Who's the guy you're riding next to?
I don't know them. I met up with them randomly. We were gonna
Ma'am, I'm busy.
go to the gas station.
Post it on YouTube if you want.
Which gas station?
Having a voice like that at 19's gotta be brutal.
I pulled into, just pulled into Wawa real quick. You passed. I see you passing. I saw you. I'm catching up.
Man, sounding like an animaniac.
The other two are gonna come back.
Come on!
It's pretty cool! Said he's so badass. What's the cop doing getting the fucking car, dude? The cop was gonna run after him. Yeah, I don't know why he was walking towards him.
Lieutenant decides to take off after Ashton and his companion. The sergeant decides to stay.
Why would... What are you thinking, man? What? Fucking Bazooka Joe over here is gonna speed walk at him? What do you... Why, man? Just get in the car. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm gonna go yoke him off that bike. I was hoping that I could hold him back.
Yoke him off that bike? Is that even an express? What does yoking someone off mean?
I'm just gonna stroke him a wheelie ticket. Oh, I would 100%. 1166 with her on the back. Kidding me?
But once isn't enough, and Ashton decides to return to rub his escape skills in the face of the police.
His escape skills. Brother, they're not chasing him. What escape skills? He just drove away. They stopped somebody else.
I promise you. So I went and got gas at some like Circle K.
Circle K?
Some Circle K over on Port Orange.
I can't hear Circle K anymore without thinking of that Drake verse. Running out of sodas, I might walk to Circle K by myself.
While units desperately hit the gas to catch up with the lieutenant already in pursuit of Ashton, the teen appears more thrilled by the chase than anything else, weaving dangerous.
This used to be popular content on YouTube. I see a lot of people saying this is the result of TikTok. It's not. I feel like a lot of people forgot that a long time ago on YouTube, there was an entire community of people that would get on their bikes and instigate cop chases. Like, the most notable was Ghost Rider. Forgot the numbers, but it was Ghost Rider. I once watched a man die. And as the light was slowly fading from his eyes, he grabbed my hand and he said to me, "Peter?" I replied, "Yes, Ben." He said, "What is it all for? All these streaming services, this plague." And then he shed the mortal coil. And to this day, that question still echoes in my head, because I don't know. Why are we surrounded by so many dog shit streaming services? When will it end? It's entirely unnecessary. All that being said, one of them that I've made fun of quite a bit in the past has just done something to impress me. Tubi, which used to be a joke, at least to me. I used to view that platform as a big hoot and a holler gag. Kind of like it didn't even register to me as like a legitimate service, just more so like a pathetic whimper of a platform. But I just familiarized myself with their catalog, and I genuinely have to give them props for what they're doing over there. Yeah, I saw the Tubi news. I've been clowning on Tubi for a little while. Like, I'm not the most familiar with it, but when we were going through, like, the streaming services rabbit hole where everything is a streaming service and half of them you haven't even heard of, just, like, the wackiest ones that are just actual glup shitto tier names, Tubi was one of them that we kind of clowned on. But then I saw their catalog here. They're adding some of the all-time great cartoons to their catalog. So much so that I think this is just like an actual game changer in the streaming landscape. Just look at this list of some of the shit they've added. Codename Kids Next Door, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Batman Brave and the Bold, Ben 10, Dexter's Lab, Ed, Edd and Eddy, Foster's Home, Justice League, Pinky and the Brain, Powerpuff Girls, Teen Titans, Batman. It's an incredibly stacked catalog now that they have. So I'm becoming somewhat of a Tubi fan. That is incredible news. No subscriptions and all ad-free. Which is something I didn't know, in my defense, when we clowned on it a while ago. I did not know that. No one told me that. That was a lie, by the way. Just a full-blown fib from chat. It's not entirely ad-free, apparently. I don't know what that guy was smoking. Maybe that was a Tubi representative trying to get people hype and sell everyone on Tubi and just made that up. But it is not ad-free. It's still a free service, like you can still watch things, but there are ads. That's how they make money. Didn't Tubi make shit ads a while back? You're thinking of Quibi. That was the one where they, like, paid millions and millions of dollars in marketing and millions of dollars on these, like, absolute dog shit movies that are, like, 40 minutes long that were terrible. That was Quibi. Or, nope, that's not the name of it. What the hell was it called? Oh, no, it was Quibi. I did get it right. You're thinking of this. No, Tubi actually used to blow. It's just gotten better. Okay, then maybe it was truly the perfect time to clown on it, and now they're good. Unironically ahead of its time, now all people do is watch movies and shows on TikTok. You're talking about Quibi? You're not wrong. The way that people consume content has drastically changed. So actually, they were ahead of their time. People literally watch House exclusively through YouTube Shorts, for example. Tubi still has a ton of extremely fun bad movies like Tales of the Detroit Pig Lady. Tales of the Detroit Pig Lady? That's a Tubi original? Like, what is this? One of Nolan's earlier works? What the hell is Detroit Pig Lady? This looks interesting. Oh, it just started playing. Hold on. The whole thing just immediately started playing. That's so hype. What an easy service to use. The Detroit legend of an old woman who lived on the block. They say she resembles a pig and will appear if you say her name 3 times in a dark room. So it's Bloody Mary, but for the Detroit Pig Lady. The Blood of La Llorona. Wait, maybe I need to watch some of this Tubi trash. Wait, these might go kind of hard. The Walk of Rufus II, Theotis. The Priest Thanksgiving Massacre. Die 2-4. What does that mean? Die 2-4? I can't even process what that could mean. Oh, it's 2 die 4. Oh my god, the formatting on that is worse than the don't open dead inside one. Don't dead open inside. It's under the picture. Oh, I didn't even look. I was just looking at these. I was too drawn in for the actual the text at the bottom. Horror anthology of short horror films from cult underground indie horror filmmakers from across the globe that will make your heart race. Bombshell Butcher. Creepy tales of pizza and gore. Bro, I'm gonna have to watch some of this Tubi shit. It sounds awesome. There's a Popeye horror movie called Popeye the Slayer. You aren't ready for the meals Tubi is prepared to serve you up. No, I don't think so. I can handle their strongest potions. I have seen so much shit, there is nothing on Tubi that's going to be worse than some of the things I've already seen. Bro, these movies literally have like $20 budgets. I mean, that's cool. Hey, even if the 99% of this is trash, it's cool that they at least give them a platform to slap it on. Whatever. I can't even be mad at that. And the fact that they now have some of the best... it's not even up for debate. The fact that they have the best catalog when it comes to animation now. Well, we'll say cartoons. I'm a Tubi fan. It feels like a piracy streaming site layout. A little bit, huh? So how does Tubi make money if it's completely ad-free and no subscription? What's their monetization model? Is this some kind of like honey level shadiness? Like, what do they do? It does have ads. Oh, okay. Why does chat keep fucking lying then? Okay, so they do have ads. What happened to the League of Legends arc? Oh man, I'll spoil this a little bit, I suppose. I made a joke a while ago, like after we won the Demacia Cup, about doing like a full documentary, and we have gone hog wild on that documentary. So we got a huge documentary coming up about our Demacia Cup win as we prep for our next clash for the Noxus Cup. So we went hard on the documentary following we found the G spot. So I'm still deep in that League of Legends arc. Holy shit, put it on Tubi. We should do that. It is very high quality. I think people will be very excited. We got the Shopify Rebellion editing squad on it. Well, I don't want to spoil too much because we also have a really, really big surprise with it that kind of blew the scale of it way over our expectations. We might have got a little too big with it. Will Chinese Charles also do a documentary? We'll see. Oh man, the Chinese translation on Bilibili for our League documentary is going to go nuts. They're going to be so excited on Bilibili to follow the journey of We Found the G-Spot. WFTGS Gaming, holy. Strangers Chapter 2 came out, did you even know that? Hopefully not. I imagine you didn't, and I apologize for even putting this on your radar. They made a sequel to Strangers Chapter 1, which was abhorrent. I can't even remember if I made a review spitting on it. I don't even know if I even bothered to take the time insulting that movie or not. I might have, might not have. It's all a blur to me now. But turns out they've made a sequel to it. They've made the inexplicable decision to make a sequel to that super stinker. And not only that, turns out it's a trilogy. At the end of this movie, they even have a montage sizzler reel giving you the little breadcrumbs for Chapter 3. It is so silly. I really thought Nick Fury was about to pop on screen and recruit Maya to the Avengers. Maya being the survivor of Strangers Chapter 1, The Attack. I don't say this lightly, but we might be witnessing the worst trilogy in horror movies. And only one question needs to be asked. Why? Why would you even make this in the first place? The first Strangers movie, the original, is a banger. I really liked that film. Strangers Chapter 1 is irredeemable dog shit. And Strangers Chapter 2 completely wipes its ass with everything that made the original good. You see, in the original... I just dropped a UC like Darman here. But it is this profound. In the original Strangers, one of the most horrifying moments is when they are asked, when the main character asks the strangers why they're doing this. Why are you torturing us? Why are you going to kill us? What is the point? What are you doing this for? And they respond saying, because you were home. That's it. You don't get a Naruto flashback to the strangers explaining what led them to this moment, why they turned out this way. You don't get any tiddlywinks of lore about these characters at all. It's this message here. That's all you get. Because you were home. Letting the viewer know that these are just unhinged psychopaths that are doing this just because they felt like it and this couple happened to be there at the time. It is such an effective scene. Strangers Chapter 1 was horrible, but it did at least keep intact the strangers just being like, you know, faceless nobodies doing something because they clearly have a love for it, and they gave their own spin, their fucking remix on Because You Were Home, and butchered it. Stranger Chapter 2, though, completely takes the Strangers concept and flushes it down the shitter. This movie dedicates a pretty substantial chunk of its short runtime to fleshing out one of the strangers. Well, two of the strangers, giving you their backstory. Which is the antithesis to what these films are supposed to be about in the first place. So, of course, we're going to get into spoilers. This is your warning. Movie sucks. You're not missing anything. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not even, like, fun bad. It's just kind of a slog. Even though it's only, like, an hour and a half, it feels longer because it's just not good. And I saw the lead actress here come out and say, like, the best films are often polarizing. And I understand that you can't just come out and just, you know, start pissing on the movie that you're in. You're supposed to promote it, but the best films are polarizing. It's not polarizing. No one likes this movie. And plus, this is not part of, like, the best films. You know, this trilogy isn't going to be talked about in the same breath as, you know, fucking Lord of the Rings or something like that. But anyway, Strangers Chapter 2 picks up pretty much immediately where Chapter 1 leaves off, where Maya has just been the victim of the Strangers' attack. Her fiancé was killed right in front of her, and she just barely survived, and now she's recovering in the hospital. And we immediately meet one of the strangers, unmasked. It's the waitress from the diner, Shelly. And then we get, throughout the film, like 20, 25-ish minutes dedicated to showcasing her childhood. And it turns out she was just born evil. She snaps the neck of a rat. She's obsessed with this boy who is like, has this girl that follows him around, so she gets really jealous and eventually kills that girl being Tamra. Which, if you've seen Chapter 1, first of all, my condolences, what a waste of your time. Lord, help us, I hope you don't see Chapter 2. Hopefully, me explaining this here will paint a good enough picture. You won't feel, you know, the need to spend money on this piece of shit. But anyway, that's Tamra. And so she kills Tamra, and now every time the strangers go out and kill, she starts by saying, "Is Tamra there?" in reference to that moment from her childhood. And that boy in the flashbacks is pretty obviously the guy in the scarecrow mask. So we get like 20-25 minutes just showing that she's evil. That's it. But that undoes the whole concept of the strangers just being like these psychopaths you know nothing about, never learn anything about, and they're just doing this because, well, who really knows? They're just doing it because they want to. Here, you're getting so much backstory and shit. They're actually setting this up like it's supposed to be some kind of like Marvel universe here for the strangers. It sucks. I really hated that direction. But not only that, the movie itself is just not good. I will say, though, the best part of it was the beginning where Maya's in the hospital and the strangers are alerted that she survived. Well, they then make it their mission to go out and finish the job. But before doing that, Maya's talking to the sheriff and like the other officer, and they're fucking weirdos. Like, the sheriff is a freak. He's talking to Maya about, like, what she encountered. He's like, maybe your memory's a little foggy. You did almost die, you know. It's pretty clear they're setting him up to be, like, this creepy presence who is clearly involved with the strangers in some shape or form. My guess is one of them is, like, you know, his daughter or his son. So he, like, actively works to cover up their murders, which is a core component to the story that they sprinkle in here and there about how this town has all these murders that get covered up. And, yeah. So he's clearly involved. They make that very obvious from the get-go. But they also set up, like, this whole town might be involved. There could be... anyone could be the strangers. So Maya's being hunted in the hospital. The hospital is fucking ginormous, by the way. Like, probably the size of the town, it feels like, with the amount of rooms she goes through and hallways she runs down. And somehow, the strangers have, like, fast travel throughout this film. So even when she ends up in, like, the fucking basement, like, in the middle of nowhere, one of the strangers just happens to be there. Like, she's just already there. Why would she be there? You knew that she was in one of the hospital beds. Why the fuck would you, like, fan out to, like, the basement garage? And that happens a lot, where she, like, ends up in the woods at one point, and somehow the strangers... These are giant woods, by the way. But somehow the strangers are always, like, right on her tail, like, only a few yards away. Even though they never saw where she went, or even knew that she ended up in the woods in the first place like that. Like, it's just crazy to me how they're, like, this omniscient presence. Like, they are constantly able to find her in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's like they actually have a UAV online or something. Or like in Mario Kart, like rubber banding, where like they can always catch up to you. It's so baffling. But anyway, the best sequence is in the hospital where she's like running away from the strangers. I actually thought they did a good job of like building up some tense moments where the guy with the axe is coming through and she's trying to like outsmart him by hiding. But then it's always undercut by her making like a really stupid decision. So like she completely evades him at one point, and then while he's still, like, within earshot, she starts to, like, crawl away and she, like, blasts a wrench with her knee. So then, obviously, he hears that, goes over and starts throwing barrels around. Anyway, Maya manages to get out of the hospital. Axe guy butchered, like, 2 people. And then she ends up in the woods. Well, actually, yeah, she ends up in the woods. Somehow the strangers are, like, able to track her in the woods, like I mentioned. I guess they could just fucking smell her from miles away or something. So they're tracking her. She eventually winds up on a road where a car is coming, and it's one of the people from the hospital. And she stops, lets her in, and it's her, another woman, and then two other dudes are just walking on the road randomly in this pouring down rain. They're like, oh, it just happens to be our roommates. What are you guys doing? They're like, yeah, fucking, he calls him Dick Stain. Dick Stain forgot the keys or something to the truck, so now we're walking home. It's like, well, hop in, you know, and they turn it into a clown car, so now they're sandwiching Maya in the backseat, and these two guys are obviously very creepy, and they're setting them up to be very creepy. So the whole idea is anyone in this car could be one of the strangers. Maya starts freaking out because she thinks she's in danger. The guy next to her has like a smiley face tattoo on his neck, and he's really shifty. It's very clearly trying to nudge the viewer that this is probably the Scarecrow. And I thought it was a red herring, but I'm actually pretty sure it is just the main Scarecrow guy, because at the end of the film, the big reveal, like with the Tamara flashback, is Shelley and that boy draw a smiley face out of blood, out of Tamara's blood, and this guy just happens to have that same smiley face tattoo on his neck. And also, he's never there when the axe guy comes through, the Scarecrow guy. So I think it probably is just that guy, but it feels just too obvious. But I also think this movie is just that shitty that they probably will just make it very obvious and not even try to subvert your expectations. But anyway, I'm getting so lost just like yapping about this fucking thing, just blabbering on. She's in the backseat with these two guys. She's freaking out. The other guy is, he's also weird. She grabs a knife that one of the girls was using to cut an apple with. She grabs a knife, jumps out of the moving vehicle, runs back into the forest, and then the strangers are starting to track her again. She goes like survivalist mode. She makes a fire and everything. She drinks some water from a nearby like stream, and then she gets attacked by a wild boar. Well, I guess not wild per se. It's semi-domesticated because the axe guy, well, it turns out when he was a kid, we get this from the flashbacks, he could like mind control boars. I say mind control, but like he's able to, he's like the boar whisperer, so he can like talk to the wild pigs and have them do his bidding. So he goes to a shed, unlocks the shed, and then that boar finds Maya, and then it becomes like the Revenant for a little bit. Like it is actually straight up just like the Revenant. So she's getting attacked by the boar, bitten by the boar and shit, and then she has to stab and kill the boar. She does. She's extremely injured, again, because obviously she just got attacked by this fucking boar. But she's able to muscle her way through the forest and end up back at the house from the Chapter 1 film. It's all cautioned off because there was a grisly murder that happened there, but she's able to take some refuge in there for all of like 45 seconds, and then some guy shows up, and it turns out he like shows her a badge. He's Internal Affairs, who's investigating the sheriff for his like covering up of all the murders that are happening in town. He just comes out of nowhere, by the way. I don't know why he ended up at this house. No one is at this house. It's all cautioned off. I don't know why he wouldn't go to like the town and like the police station itself to conduct like the investigation and everything. But he just randomly ends up at this house. He finds Maya, immediately recognizes that Maya is one of the victims. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna do everything I can to help you. Here, get in my truck. We're gonna get into town. And then as she gets in the truck, he gets sniped by a crossbow from one of the strangers. So he was in actually maybe like 15 seconds worth of film there. So now she has a truck, she drives away, but it got hit by a crossbow, and now it's like breaking down, and it crashes, well, it runs out of juice right at the house from that woman from before, and the roommates and everything. It's their house. So she collapses at the door, they stitch her up, fix her, get her back together, and then that guy with the smiley face tattoo, his name is Gregory, and this guy is like the biggest. I cannot stress this enough. He is like what a Redditor thinks is cool. He is so fucking cringe. I had to write this down. I didn't take too many notes during this movie because it's just so bland and boring. But Gregory is bafflingly cringe. So, when she gets up out of bed, notices that she's been stitched up, she walks out of her room and meets Gregory, who's chugging a bottle of alcohol. And he's just immediately like going back and forth. He's like, oh, you like my tattoo, don't you? Yeah, it's a cool tattoo. We had a little like church retreat, and we all got, you know, tattoos and stuff. You know, like you like what you're supposed to do and stuff. You like this tattoo, don't you? I know you like this. Yeah, you do. I know you do. And then like he's just being so weird, and Maya just says that's cool. And then he, like the others come in, the other roommates are like, Gregory, stop being such a creep. And he's like, gah, whatever. So then he like storms off behind her to the door right next to her, or to the door behind her. Slams it, says fuck, and then turns on rock and roll music on his fucking boombox. It is so embarrassing. Like, it's It's so bad. I cannot believe they actually did that unironically, and it wasn't even played off as like a joke or anything. It was awful. But I'm also pretty sure that is just the Scarecrow guy. I don't think that they're gonna try and make him a red herring. It's probably just him. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Anyway, though, after that encounter with Gregory, she goes back to her room to rest. Gregory storms off, fucking hammered, gets in his car, drives away, and the roommates, they then get attacked by the strangers. So both of them get killed, and then the two female strangers are trying to break into Maya's room. One of them is actually behind her. Maya had no idea she got flanked. And instead of the stranger killing Maya, she instead starts singing "Rock-a-bye Baby" on the treetop, trying to be like really creepy. And then Maya had a pair of scissors, so she turns around and stabs her. The only reason Maya gets away at all in this film is because the strangers are so fucking bad at what they're doing. Like, they're not even doing it as part of like their game or whatever. They're just like genuinely stupid people. So she gets stabbed, and then she runs and locks herself in the bathroom, and then the strangers just leave. It's like, oh, I got stabbed, like in the shoulder. I'm gonna go home. I gotta get this checked out. So they just leave. So Maya just waits in there for a couple minutes. Diagros leaves, and then an ambulance is there because an ambulance was sent to pick up Maya. And she gets in the ambulance, and it turns out the strangers didn't fully leave. They were waiting to ambush her. So Shelly is in that ambulance, and now they're fighting. And it's really an easy fight. Maya, who has been mauled by a boar, stabbed, beaten up, like absolutely like beyond repair, like probably tons of broken bones, ouchies, lacerations, can hardly walk, is able to easily overpower Shelly and stab her in the head, killing her. Or so you thought. As Maya's driving away in the ambulance, Shelly gets up and like starts strangling her with the seatbelt, so then Maya flips the ambulance, which kills Shelly. And then Maya watches as the Scarecrow guy and the other female stranger pull up in their truck and see that Shelly is dead. They unmask her, and he starts fucking crying over her corpse. And then you get that last flashback I mentioned with that smiley face after killing Tamra. And that's Strangers Chapter 2, setting up for Chapter 3, where she's going to kill the other two strangers. It sucks. Really does. I don't know what they were thinking making this movie. Well, making these movies. I don't know why they made Chapter 1. I understand even less why they made Chapter 2. And I really cannot fathom why they are making Chapter 3. Apparently these were filmed back to back to back. Like, they really banked on this being like successful, like people being very invested in this, but I don't know how anyone could possibly be invested in these movies. Anyway, that's really about it. Yeah. It's not good, but it's not as bad as like the ginormous super stinkers we've seen DCU fart out in the past. I will say it is a big step back from Superman, which I enjoyed. This feels like a remnant of old superhero films where it's just a CGI smorgasbord, at times some wonky CGI with a very generic standard plot and a very forgettable villain whom I know by the time credits roll, you'll forget the name of. I didn't. Krim. That's his name. I said it with confidence, chin held high, but then I wasn't exactly sure, so I double-checked. I was right. It is Krim of the Yellow Hills. So, rejoice, Krim fan. Well, not a whole lot to rejoice about if you do like the comic book counterpart of Krim, because in here, he fucking sucks, man. I also think he has less than 20 words to say. Pretty much every time he's on screen, he's doing two things. One of two things. Eating food, like eating cereal out of a bowl or drinking some alien titty milk, or he's doing this. Hitting the blue steel. And he walks around kind of like Jack Sparrow sometimes. I don't know. He's really lame. He's a very lame villain. But overall, the movie's not great by any means, but I certainly wouldn't put it side by side with some of DCU's worst, which I know isn't really a compliment. I don't think it's that bad, but it's definitely a misstep here in the new DCU launch. So anyway, this film follows Supergirl, Kara, as she is still on her, crash out arc where she's drinking herself into oblivion. She prefers to stay on red sun planets, that way she's normal and can feel pain and bleed and get wasted and drunk and that kind of thing. She's a mess because she's gone through so much in her life that's made her lose faith in people and kind of just lose the will to, be the person that her family expected her to be, as well as Clark. The expectations Superman has of her. She doesn't have any interest in living up to that. She just wants to drink and pass out, and that's it. And then Krim gets introduced after he kills a family for their swords. There was a little girl who survived the massacre, and now she's out for revenge, and she happens to run into Kara at a bar where she was dancing around. Then she tries to recruit her to help avenge her family and kill Krim, which she has no interest in helping this little girl, but then Krim steals her ship and shoots Krypto with a poison dart. Now she has 3 days before Krypto dies. Thus, she has to go get the antidote that he wears around his neck with his necklace. So they team up and they go try and track him down and get that antidote. Super simple. We've seen it done a million times. Not trying to reinvent the wheel, which I think is fine, but I don't think it executes it that well. I do think Supergirl being so different from Superman is a positive thing, though. Her being like the exact opposite of Clark, I think is great, and it's a good thing to explore. This movie does not explore it very well. But I will be honest here, sports fans. I think Millie Alcock can be a good Supergirl. The script here was just complete, irredeemable ass, and there was no saving that. But I do think Millie Alcock can play this character well if there are some better writers around it, for sure. And another thing that really shoots this film in the foot is how desperately it wants to be Guardians of the Galaxy. It feels like they plugged James Gunn's formula into ChatGPT and asked it to try and emulate it the best they could, and that's how a lot of Supergirl plays out on screen. It tries so hard to ham-fist boner jams into so many sequences to elevate it, and it just fumbles, especially one action scene in particular, set to a awful cover of Jimmy Eat World, The Middle. I can't even describe to you how out of place that felt. Like, the action in the movie is pretty solid, and there's a lot of it, which I appreciate. So a big compliment I can give to the film is that it's not boring in terms of, like, what you're seeing on screen. It's boring in terms of narrative and how predictable it is, and been there, done that, but at least there's quite a bit of action, and the visuals, for the most part, are solid, albeit there are a couple instances where it falls apart in that department, but overall, it was fine there. But they keep ruining some action moments by trying to be James Gunn. Like, I'm trying to avoid like a ton of spoilers, but I don't even really know why, so we're going to get into some spoilers now. It is established very early on how Kara doesn't view Earth as her home. She feels very out of place there. So why the fuck would she be playing Earth music? That doesn't make sense. It makes sense for Star-Lord, for obvious reasons, but why would she want all of these Earth tunes to be surrounded by at all times? And when they're shooting these sequences set to this music, it just doesn't hit at all. It feels so out of place. And it feels like it's only there to remind you of, like, remember when James Gunn did it? We're doing it too. It just felt very cringe, unfortunately. Now, one thing I do think that they did a good job with, though, is Lobo. Now, I know Jason Momoa has been a fan cast for Lobo for a long time. I was genuinely impressed with how well he played that character. I like Lobo a lot. I've talked about him a lot on stream, and I actually think he's very good in this film for how little he appears in it. He's not like a big character by any means, but he is a reoccurring character, and every time he's on screen, it is a treat. I think the lines they get him kind of suck major ass, but at the very least, he is great in the action sequences. Taking the chopper for a spin, blowing shit up. He's got his hook, and he, like, Pudge from Dota 2 yanks him back and shit for his target. Like, he was very good. But the same can't be said about how they use Supergirl and her abilities here. They perpetually nerf her. She nerfs herself, obviously, by going to Red Sun planets and drinking. But from then on, when she's actually on the mission to save Krypto and, get the antidote from Krim, the amount of things they had to figure out in order to, like, diminish her abilities is just almost laughable. So she gets poisoned with a drink while she's, looking for Krim. So then when Krim shows up, they're kind of on equal footing to a certain extent because now she's all wobbly and poisoned and trying to chug milk to coat her stomach. And then they even have the final battle take place on a planet that has a green sun and a yellow sun. So when the green sun's out, she's on death's door, withering away. And then the yellow sun comes out and she's powered up again. So she spends the vast majority of this film in a depowered Nerf state, which I just think is underwhelming. And it doesn't make it seem like Krim's all that powerful because he's able to endure some of Supergirl's attacks. Although she never really fights him until the end. It's just a couple of a little bit of slap boxing to a lesser degree. So he never really feels scary or like a big bad. He's very unlikable. He's an easily hateable character. He killed an innocent family. He shot a dog. He's kidnapping little girls to make them brides. He's a very bad guy. But he never seems like a really strong villain that's on equal footing with Supergirl or anything. And there's even a sequence where while she's poisoned and stumbling around, she starts to get her strength back, so she fights some of the guys. And then Krim escapes and is about to kill one of the children, and Ruthie, the girl that's been accompanying Supergirl on this journey, is flanking him with her sword, about to kill him, and then Supergirl takes her away saying, no, you can't do that, revenge is bad, it's gonna fuck you up, this isn't gonna bring them back. And then he instantly goes and kills that girl, and kills her parents, and Supergirl gets there after it happens. Ruthie makes a really good point saying, if you would let me kill him, they would still be alive. Your decision has literally cost them their lives. And she's right, but Supergirl still takes this moral high ground, even though throughout the entire film she's just been an asshole about everything. Oh, I see the truth in people, this and that. And now all of a sudden she's taking this moral high ground to prevent her from killing this man for revenge. But Ruthie's right. Had she killed him, it would have saved those innocent lives again. So I agree, that blood's on Supergirl's shoulders there. That's on her hands. And it feels like it wasn't like a gradual build-up or anything. She says, revenge isn't really that good, but she's been jaded throughout the entire movie. She's been, very clearly down in the dumps about everything going on, and she has no desire to be like a hero or anything moral like that. But now all of a sudden, she takes her away. No, don't do revenge. Let these innocent people die instead. And then lectures her about it. It felt so odd, and it just came out of nowhere, really. It didn't feel like it built up to that. And it certainly didn't help that there were immediate repercussions for it. Also, it also seems like Supergirl kept forgetting how her powers work. She can see through walls. There should never be a time where Supergirl can't find Krim or what she's looking for in any of these situations. She can see through walls, and she uses it 2 times in this movie. So why doesn't she use it at the most important moments? The only way a lot of things happen in this film is by her being constantly nerfed or just forgetting, whoopsie, I have these powers that could pretty much solve this right away. But anyway, I'm not going to keep yapping about it. It just wasn't very good. I don't think it's, down there with bottom 3 of DCU or anything like that. But this definitely isn't where you want to go right after Superman. This is a step backwards for sure. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Go ahead and put your angry face on real quick. We're going to give that puppy a workout. We're going to put that to good use. Because what I want to yap about right now, I find to be an extremely infuriating story. Swatting. I'm confident everyone knows what that term is. You don't even have to be online overly often to be familiar with swatting. This is some brand new phenomenon, some mystifying new piece of tech, like the blockchain or something, the non-fungible token of fake calls to the police department. Swatting has been a thing for the better part of 2 decades. So I would expect pretty much everyone in law enforcement would at least be familiar with the term and know how to handle it, being privy to it. But I guess that's not exactly the case here, because the story I'm about to talk about is one where a victim knew that he was about to be targeted for a swatting incident, informed the police that this bogus call was coming. It's a load of barnacles, told the police, they were aware of it. 2 days later, that call comes through, the fake one, and still the police show up, immediately bust down the glass, just break the glass like it got hit by a torpedo, and then just mag dump on the guy, unload on him, paralyzing him.
You're told from a young age,
believing in the system. We want to be able to go to them for protection.
If you're in trouble, call the police. And that's what 24-year-old Axel Melendez did on April 8th.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Axel is a video gamer. He had been hacked.
Melendez's attorney, Dave Sethi, says Axel called 911 saying he could soon be a victim of swatting, blackmailed by a stranger overseas for money.
They're saying that they're going to call like the station and say that I have a bomb and stuff and come to my address and stuff like that.
The police tell him, don't worry about it.
No, it's okay, but they can't, like, nothing's going to happen.
He did legitimately everything right. When he became aware that this was a possibility, he instantly called the local law enforcement to inform them, like, hey guys, look, this is something that might happen, told them the entirety of the situation and everything around it, and was assured that nothing's going to happen and everything was going to be all right if they did try and put in that kind of, a horseradish. Axel was playing Rust when another player asked for access to his computer to check that he wasn't using any cheats. So this was, I guess, like a cheat check in Rust, which I'm not super familiar with the competitive side of Rust. I've only ever played on like the RP servers and like the goofy shit. But I know in other games this is something that the community sometimes does with like PC checks to ensure like legitimate play, no cheating. In this case, when he gave that access to this individual, then he noticed that several of his accounts, including his Gmail, had been logged into, so he started changing passwords, and then got a call from someone in Sweden threatening to file a false emergency report against him. That's the swatting threat. And immediately upon hearing that, he went to 911 to report it, to try and ensure that should this come through, they know that it's not actually an emergency. And when he told them, the dispatcher assured him nothing's going to happen. And then they got a suspicious call hours later, determined it was false, and told Melendez he should be all right, according to his notice of claim. The deputy also told him someone from the sheriff's department would contact him again if they got another SWAT call. From the sound of things, there's at least one person in that department with neurons that are activating. So they apparently did get a suspicious call hours later after he made contact with them. They determined it was, fish paste, and informed him of it, and that should be all right, and that if anything else comes through, they'll alert him. But I guess they just decided to wipe their ass with that, or they fired that one guy there who actually understood swatting. What do you mean you were actually thinking? Give me your badge and your gun, son. You're fucking out of here. We don't do that at this precinct.
And 2 days later...
Hey, is this Axel?
Yes.
Hi, okay, you said that your father shot your sister?
At 5:40 in the morning, a 911 call from someone posing as Axel Melendez reporting an active shooting. Pima County Sheriff's deputies arrived at the Melendez house, thinking a girl had been shot.
I really hope they catch this worm here. This is just so fucking degenerate. This is some heinous shit. So he again places this swatting call. This time he's pretending to be Axel and is impersonating him and putting in this report about how the sister's been killed by the father, it's a dire situation, and now the authorities roll up, and they're like saying that they're there outside, but they've also already got their guns drawn and immediately grab a shovel to break the glass. Like, there was never any time for Axel to even, like, begin to engage with them, prior to them just blowing up the glass like a torpedo. Like, what's he supposed to do? Like, parry it and try and explain everything in, like, a split second? And I'm assuming he also never got the call from the department that they promised he'd be getting should another swatting call come through, which really surprises me because they already, I imagine, have documented, like a documented case about, like, this fraudulent call that they deemed to be false 2 days ago. Why would that not be alerted to them in their system when another one comes through as like a flag? Is like, oh, look at this. There's some very recent history. Only 48 hours ago, there was a false swatting attempt on this address. Maybe we should take this one with a grain of salt. Like, sure, go investigate it, do your due diligence, but why do you have to go in guns blazing and blow up the door? Like, before ever even trying to make contact with Axel, like you said you would, about, like, calling him. Maybe they did try and call him and he didn't answer them. I guess that's possible, but even still, like, knock on the door or something, or try and communicate from outside the premises, which I have seen plenty of body cams of officers doing just that, even in very tense situations. Like, just hooting and hollering from outside of a house, it's very unlikely that the residents are even going to hear you. Like, Axel probably, there's a good chance he'd be playing a video game. Anyone else in the house, good chance they're maybe, like, watching TV, cooking or something. Like, very rarely are people in a home in just pure fucking silence in a meditative state or something that they'll hear you outside in the driveway identifying yourself. Like, that's not really giving them ample opportunity to, like, engage with this and explain what's going on or anything. So, like, he did nothing wrong. He had already called them to alert them about the swatting. They had already determined at least one of them to be false 2 days ago. Why the fuck weren't they affording him the courtesy of at least calling and checking, is this one real? Or, like, at least giving him a chance to, like... I had a bit of a superpower for a while, but I feel like the compound V that I was born with has finally started to peter out. I had a complete immunity to jump scares in horror games and horror movies by extension. It was something I was quite proud of, but it seems like in my old age now, it's running out of gas. About a week and a half ago, I played a game called Who's at the Door, and I got startled by something in there. And it shocked me to my core. Not the actual jump scare, but the ability for it to penetrate me and get my defenses down, where I actually did one of these at a jump scare, like I sat on a fucking whoopee cushion. And you could write that first one off as a fluke, perhaps. I mean, that game was a banger. Maybe it was just a really well done, well executed jump scare, but I'm ashamed to report it's happened again. For my gaming channel, I just played another horror game called Dreadflats. This game's got a lot of hype, a lot of glaze. It was a good game, and it has now joined the extremely small list of games that has successfully jump-scared me. I just wanted to show you some highlights from it. Also, go check out my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming Official. I'm playing every game ever made, basically. It's been so much fun. 10,000 USD to spend 3 nights in a haunted building. Would you dare? Yeah. I 100% would do that. That's very easy, actually. In fact, I've done it like 5 times. Not even for money, for free. For the love of discovery of science, to try and prove the paranormal is real despite me not believing in it even slightly. I'm the host of a paranormal channel. I've stayed and filmed in countless haunted places. Ghost stories, urban legends, just tales to scare the weak-minded. Sounds like I'm playing as myself. This time a fan paid me to film at an apartment building. Place where people vanished without a trace. Let me see. The fan's key is for room 204. Go there first. It'll be my base for the next few days. Sounds good. Room 204. Luggage deployed. The fan said he was too young when he moved to remember much about it, only that many people vanished here. This torn newspaper clipping is the only clue online. Fangpu Daily, June 20th, 2001. Male resident of Fangjiang Apartments went missing around midnight of June 15th. According to family members and neighbors, the man had complained of tapping sounds like marbles bouncing above the ceiling in the days leading up to his disappearance, escalating sharply that night. Police confirmed no signs of break-in or struggle. His room was locked from the inside. The case remains unsolved until today. I'm gonna solve it. He fell into the back rooms. Case closed. As is known to happen. Even though I don't believe in the paranormal and shit, staying in a place like this for a couple nights would actually be miserable. I'd be so worried about all the germs and, like, mold. You know, like the real shit. Oh my god, it's Bigger Boot! No! Who is she? That is a good question. Who is that peculiar older woman? Hang on to your fucking blankies and get ready to tinkle in your britches. Everything's locked. Oh. Hello? Taking a peek in the glory hole. There's a key on the table. But how to enter here? Maybe like Rainbow Six Siege and we sledgehammer through. Whoa! Did something just touch me? I don't think so. More so is covering the whole But it's very polite. It let us in. There she is off to the side. YouTube red circle. Yeah, YouTube thumbnail red circle is what I meant to say. I think we're good. Enough footage for now. Time to return. Whoa! That one startled me. That was loud. Hello. Turn that shit off. That's my least favorite program. Good evening. I gotta tell you, I think that old lady finally went back to the retirement home. This place is clean. I feel like I got smaller. Did I get shorter? Wait, she actually did hit me with a shrink ray. It sent me back to Wumbo. No! What are you doing here? Sorry, got something on my lips. What was that? Not a what? A who? And why is she here? Playing a horror game with the lights on. It's Weenie Hut Jr. shit. Hold on. You know what else I just realized? I've got this light on. Nice. Now I'm fully immersed. This ought to scare the pants off me now. I will say though, this is the second horror game that actually like startled me with a jump scare. That doesn't usually happen. I also think it's because I've made the games significantly louder than I usually have them for the sake of these videos. So now it's like blasting my eardrums. I see it. I'm coming. Show yourself for the paranormal channel. We need a good thumbnail. Marbles. I hear the pitter patter. Zoinks. Still locked. There's been a sound behind me this whole time. Yeah, I know, I checked. There's nothing there. The sound's behind me again. Is she here this time? Yeah! I'm gonna flick onto her. Yeah! Thank you! Marbles again. Well, I appreciate it. That was kind. A gift! Can't make out the writing. Okay. Why would he do that? I'm a resident of this apartment, same as him. Oh, jeez. What was that noise? There's a burglar! Quick! Give me this. I'll gather the evidence. He's in the kitchen making food for me. It's a generous burglar. It's a chef. Oh. Time to sleep. I'm probably gonna have another dream. This guy's done nothing but fucking sleep though, really. Kind of a lame paranormal channel if you ask me. Alright, let's go to 305. That was loud. What was that? Jeez. She's knocking over entire cabinets? My god. She's more powerful than I would have ever thought. Ah, this was the clock from earlier. Reach the camera in, see what's happening. No, she's gonna take our camera and start vlogging! The door's stuck. That door just opened on its own. Oh, that was nice. She knocked over the wood. This bitch is knocking over everything. My god. Why is the light on? Whoa! Because she has strong aura. Brace for impact. Toilet hasn't seen this level of action in years, I'll tell you that much. This exhaustion's back. The stomach pain and fatigue. Could I be coming down with something? Yeah, serious case of the heebie-jeebies. Maybe sleep till dawn, then go to town for a day's rest. If we make it there. Oh! Wait, do I have my flashlight? No. Jeez, this sound. Don't come in. I'm pooping. That doesn't sound like rats. It sounds like perverts. There we are, sleeping peacefully like a princess. Very nice. Oh! She was in the closet there? But I checked. Oh, I vanished. Oh no, never mind. She was just blocking me. Why did she do that? She really likes to just be under the bed. Hello. Maybe she just wants to feel closer to us. That's why she wants to play like marbles and like hide under our bed. I still hear her breathing heavy. I've got to yap about two freaks today, and I want to start with the wackiest one. RFK Jr. and a dead raccoon's penis. That is a match made in heaven right there. That is peanut butter and jelly. Vultures don't get as excited about roadkill as RFK Jr. does. This guy loves it. And he brags about having like a freezer full of roadkill that he studies and like feeds to his hawk. I had no idea this guy was a cock scientist. I didn't know that. But in his new book, he just openly talks about the time that he pulled over with his family in the car, mind you, his kids in the car, pulled over in order to cut the penis off of a dead raccoon so he could bring it back and analyze it. As if he's some kind of like archaeologist. Like he's fucking Evie from The Mummy going through like the Book of the Dead trying to research it and learn about it as if he's some kind of scholar for dick. Animal dick. It's all documented in his new book, RFK Jr., The Fall and Rise. I don't know when the rise is happening. It hasn't happened yet. He's still in that fall. This dude looks like he's housing every single plague that the world has ever seen in his body right now. Every image and video I see of him, he looks like he's deteriorating further and further and just devolving into a fucking ghoul from Fallout. This is the experience here that he pinned. I was standing in front of my parked car on I-684, cutting the penis out of a road-killed raccoon, thinking about how weird some of my family members have turned out to be. A surreal passage indeed. I like how he's cutting the penis off of a roadkill raccoon in front of his probably horrified children in the car, and he's like, God, my family is so peculiar. They're such odd goofballs. They're so weird. Over there with the fucking hacksaw on the raccoon's cock. If only they could be more like me, just normal and well-adjusted. There we go. And then he holds it up like a trophy. We're celebrating, family. Quick, get some ice out. I gotta put this on ice. I need to study it when we get home. My kids waited patiently in the car, he noted, as he collected the raccoon's genitals so he could study them later. Finally, a man brave enough to go where science fears. He was willing to do the dirty work of snipping a raccoon's dick so he could take it home and really find out what makes it tick. Like, I'm curious, what is there to study with a raccoon penis? Like, what is there to do with that? What was he doing, just over there, like, playing with it? Stretching it like a penny whistle? Write it down. Interesting. These are the notes that will, no doubt, propel our species into the next scientific age. The final frontier of science. Raccoon genitals. Excellent, excellent, yes, yes. I just have to wonder what he was doing with it. Like, was he trying to, like, fashion some kind of necklace out of it, like Ringar out of League of Legends, but instead of bone tooth, it's just raccoon penis? Or, like, was he trying to make a stew out of it? Maybe he was, like, crafting Saradomin brews out of RuneScape, just dumping the raccoon penis in there with some colloidal silver, just like this disgusting concoction, this witch's brew, this potion. Like, what was he doing with it? Genuinely, like, what was he doing? Because he traveled all the way home with it. So this was like an important thing that he did. And this is apparently something that he made a habit out of doing with dead animals. Dude pillages roadkill like he's Indiana Jones looting a tomb full of treasure. Just imagine hunting with RFK Jr. Dude probably doesn't even bring a gun. He just sits there in the bush waiting for the animal to get hit by like a bus or a train. Then he leaps into action. Yes! Yanks the wiener off of it. According to his daughter, this obsession with dead animals also put a damper on vacations. Apparently there was an incident where a whale carcass washed ashore, and so RFK made a beeline for the beach and decapitated it with a chainsaw and strapped the whale's head to the roof of the family minivan with a bungee cord, intending once again to bring it home to study. Every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice would pour into the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet. Sounds like hell on earth. He's out here torturing his family on this vacation. We all had plastic bags over our heads with mouth holes cut out, and people on the highway were giving us the finger, but that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. Sounds healthy. And then, of course, there's the infamous one where he dumped a dead bear cub in Central Park after a botched attempt to skin it. That one's been talked about a lot. I'm pretty sure all of you have already heard of that before, but the whale and raccoon penis, I think, are new revelations here from the bizarre adventures of RFK Jr. and his fascination with dead animals. Bro thinks he's the villain from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Like, what is he doing? Is he trying to, like, breathe life back into it, like Frankenstein style? Like, what is he studying? Actually, what is he possibly studying there? Holy shit, the worm in his brain must be giving him some odd directives here, forcing him to get all of this roadkill, like treasure, so he can squat on it at his house like Smog. That's his gold. All of this roadkill, all this dead animal penis and heads all over the place in his secret villain lair. What a wacko. But don't worry, some highly intellectual people are out there defending this as just a lame media hit piece. The raccoon was already dead. Find a new slant. Typical lamestream media hit piece. Yawn. Raccoon was already dead. Penis was up for grabs. I pull over all the time when I see a dead animal. I make sure to take that cock and balls right off of there. Normal activity. Wasn't alive, so it's not weird. If it was alive and he chased it down in order to yank that puppy off, then I might raise an eyebrow, but this is just lamestream media. Who doesn't cut off a dead animal's cock on the side of the road while their family watches mortified?
Secretary, what did you do with the raccoon's dead penis? Where is it now?
That little giggle he does there, that laugh, that was some demonic sounding shit right there. That sounds like a man who can't wait to get back to that raccoon's penis that's rotting somewhere in his abode. I bet he's got that raccoon penis and like an IV drip or something that he's mainlining or some shit. This is actually the secret to keep me looking so young.
I just got one question. In all seriousness, what is your fascination with roadkill and dead animals? I know you've done a few things, notably with a whale, and with a bear, and with a raccoon more recently. I just want to know what the fascination is, sir. Anything? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There goes a hero right there. Not many men are courageous enough to pull over to the side of the road and cut a raccoon's penis off after it's deceased. It wasn't using it anymore, and RFK Jr. had a need for it. And he's a man of action, so he went out there and he claimed that. Same with the whale head. And the bear cub, I suppose. We may never know exactly what he's learned through his research, but one day it may be the key to the future of our species. Or he's using it for some kind of satanic rituals or some shit that he's conducting. Could be either or. There's really no telling with this guy. But anyway, speaking of penis, we gotta talk about a penis that's alive, and one that's on a human being. And from the sound of things, he can't stop using it for evil. I'm talking about Eric Swalwell. This is a congressman who was also running for governor of California, and this week numerous women came forward accusing him of inappropriate things as well as genuinely evil, awful things, including allegations of sexual assault. Initially, Eric denied it, saying that it was all false and that he was going to do everything, fighting it tooth and nail. He has since stepped down from the race for governor as well as his position in Congress. He has resigned. And the allegations are only having more and more evidence to support the victims and their claims against him. That includes a video of him with supposedly a prostitute that he was in a hotel room with. On the video, you can see him making out with her, and things start to progress. Now, if you don't know the lore, Eric is married. Eric has been married for a decade. Now, in the video he made denying the very serious allegations, he did make a mention of mistakes in his judgment, as well as mentioning that a lot of it's between him and his wife, and he has to accept the responsibility for mistakes he made, seemingly corroborating the extramarital affairs while denying the sexual assault allegations. All of this is still pretty new, and from what I've read, there is an investigation taking place because he might be facing criminal charges if these allegations are proven true, which he 1000% should. This is vile shit here, and from everything that I've read about it, from what's available, it's not looking like this is just some innocent guy here. There's quite a lot of meat behind these claims. Personally, I think Eric's guilty as a motherfucker here. Based on all of the available evidence here, I don't see any world where he could weasel out, just squeak out some kind of excuse like, oh, it was all just a big misunderstanding. I was just cheating on my wife a lot. Come on, it's not that big of a deal. Just come on, the sexual assault stuff. No. We don't need to get into the weeds of that. Like, based on everything I think that's out there, there is so much evidence, and I think it should 1000% warrant a further investigation into Eric and hopefully some subsequent charges based on whatever they find there. So anyway, I found that to be extremely disgusting. I was reading about that earlier, so I wanted to yap about that as well. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, and then some numbers. This has been around for decades. This isn't anything new. This is not like a point and blame TikTok type of thing. Just because this guy has like TikTok voice, it's not the result of that.
And putting the lives of others on the road at risk.
I'm like, bro, there's a cop.
Spike strips are a no-go, it'll kill the biker. Well, no shit, they're not gonna spike strip the bikes going like 80.
I said might as well.
Yeah, that's just insta-killing someone.
Yeah.
So I get the chopper out to take a peek.
GoPro on the head. Looks like he's got some red writing on
Which,
the back of that hoodie.
pretty OP, you can't really beat the
Red
chopper.
wheels.
You can go under like a bridge and hope for the best, but it's pretty tough.
Let's see, we're passing the runway coming up on Riddle.
Damn, I thought we were gonna get to come around and
Come around and what?
He's a bright-eyed
You
Williamson
gonna pit
now.
maneuver the
Williamson
bike?
ISP, still westbound.
Just kill the guy?
Yep, keep eyes there on. He's gonna run out of gas at some point. The speeds he's been running, he didn't get fuel, so he's gonna stop somewhere.
Doing about 130, and he's pulling away from us.
Authorities in Volusia
Seminole
County
County.
alert Sanford police officers to be on the lookout.
Heard that one a lot.
With multiple units now joining the chase. They
That
begin
one's
to
been
close
very
in,
popular in
waiting
chases.
for Ashton to stop, but he knows they're after him and still has one last trick up his sleeve.
Yeah, he doesn't know where he's going. He's making a
Oh
U-turn.
no, that's desperate.
Towards HCA. At French, just ran the light at French, going westbound 46. Alright, he's at 7-Eleven, he's probably out of gas.
That
Black
quick?
hoodie, get back on the bike, tan pants, black helmet, white bike, whitish gray bike. 1957. Alright, somebody just tried to step out with him, he stopped at 2nd and Oak.
Get off the bike! Get off the bike! Turn off the bike and get off the bike! Turn off the bike and get off the bike!
I'm just a little baby boy. I'm just a baby boy. I'm just a baby boy. Stop it.
Just making contact, one at gunpoint.
Get off the bike! Get off!
That's the kid. I give up.
What the Officer action out here going for the RKO.
He almost just ate shit. What was that? Do they teach that in training? What the fuck was this? It was like a dog with the zoomies.
Get off the bike! Hey, get off the bike!
Just a kid.
Get off the bike!
I'm cooperating. I'm just a kid.
2 units making contact, 1 at gunpoint.
Here he comes.
Get off the bike! Get off the bike!
I give up. I'm just a kid.
You messed up, bro.
I'm just a kid.
You messed up.
Adrenaline got the best of him, yeah. Man hit that fucking PROA. I'm so curious what his plan was. What was this maneuver? Like he was gonna throw him over the bike or something? Like tabletop him?
You messed up.
Now the video doesn't go as hard, Ashton. You just keep saying you're a kid, man. You've ruined how cool and badass the video you were making was.
Yep. You're done, bro.
Oh, stop it, man. Now you're making it worse.
You're gonna call your mom?
At least try and act hard.
None of that.
You were doing that so much earlier.
That's cute. Will run. Look at that. Look at that. What's your mom gonna say about that? We'll get caught. And you got a GoPro. We're gonna take that as evidence.
Alert to Evolution, they got 1 secure.
Stand him up. Come on. Sorry, put your legs in.
On? No, not really. Just a kid. So, I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid.
Now you make everything worse. So now you're going to jail on multiple counties, multiple felonies.
Oh, fucking Goober's getting cooked, bro.
Thank God you are still standing here, not dead. How old are you now?
What'd she say about the tag?
What was that?
What'd she say about the tag?
I don't know if you've ever seen it or not. So.
I bet she's proud, though, bro. This was pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, I took it off so we could submit it for evidence.
Your son and another motorcyclist that was with him decided to ride back from wherever they had fled to into the intersection of Williamson and International Speedway Boulevard, doing circles in the intersection, taunting us to come chase them. He then fled.
And is that a crime to have fun with the police?
Well, it's all on video. Okay.
Since when can we not have a little bit of
Another deputy
sport?
tried to stop him because they located him at Buc-ee's in the parking lot. He fled from that lieutenant. And eventually the helicopter got on top of him, and he decided to drive over I-4 at over 130 miles an hour.
That's the speed
Blowing
limit.
through red lights, in and out of traffic.
Red lights are more of a
And lo
suggestion.
and behold, he ends up over here where
I-4?
I-4, he
But there's not red lights. So.
Okay, let's stop.
But you're just saying around.
He's running red lights all night.
Okay.
So basically, he fled. You know where the speedway is?
Shit, she's a lawyer.
Once
She's
he got to
good.
the speedway,
She's
he
good.
just
She
started
got him.
running it. And he was blowing through all the red lights. And once he got, you know, if you take speedway towards this direction, it merges onto I-4. Then he got on I-4, and he did basically what the max speed of the bike was because he was outrunning our helicopter.
Okay, but do you think he was just scared and trying to just
No, I think he's
get home?
stupid.
Because I don't.
No, I think he's stupid.
Live here, you know, he doesn't
Why would he
know.
come back and do wheelies?
Ma'am,
and
he's
flick people off?
he's fleeing the police. You're trying to make excuses for him. He's being stupid tonight. He's lucky he didn't
That doesn't
kill
sound like he's
himself
not
or somebody
stupid,
else.
though.
I agree with
But
that.
he's not
If this is
stupid.
what happened, I agree.
If this is what, it's all on
But
video.
I don't believe necessarily.
He's been videoing it with his damn GoPros.
Going around, I believe that he was probably scared and just wanted
So he was so
Damn,
scared
she's
that he decided
good.
to do circles in the middle of International Speedway Boulevard, taunting us to come chase him.
Question, ma'am. Why do you think he has a tag on his vehicle that says "Will Run"?
because it was bike week and it was a joke.
Okay,
Actually,
and you've been a driver and a motorist for quite some time, right? You know you're not supposed to have any other tag other than what's registered on your vehicle. This isn't a joke, and I will tell you, for people like him, it's a culture. This is what they do. They post on YouTube of running from the car.
Wow, wait, this guy knows ball. He's 100% right. That's exactly what I was talking about, like with Ghost Rider. Wow, this guy kind of knows his shit, huh? It wasn't just being stupid. This guy's 100% right. It is for his videos. Like, that is entirely the whole reason he did it. This guy's right. I mean, it is stupid, but it's not just because he's a fucking idiot. It's because he's obsessed with clout. He yoked him. That's what the cop was doing. Oh, that maneuver over the bike, that was the yoke? Damn, they gotta keep that one in the lab. They gotta workshop it. So what'd they get him with? Wow. That hair goes crazy.
Fleeing, attempting to elude ×3, possession of a counterfeited license plate, over-the-line possession of counterfeit license plate, counterfeit motor vehicle registration, misdemeanor, resisting obstructing an officer, reckless driving, and altering license plate validation sticker. His total bond for both cases is
Damn.
$199,100.
That's nothing though, because the awesome video that he filmed will easily pay for that off the AdSense. As long as he cuts out the ending with the whole, like, spamming I'm a kid stuff.
$50. Eventually, he was found guilty.
Oh!
4 counts of fleeing, attempting to elude, and counterfeit motor vehicle registration. The remaining charges were dismissed. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 6 months in jail, 48 months probation, 2 years driver's license revocation, and community service.
Damn, Ashton. But how epic was that experience though, huh, brother? Not having license for 2 years in Florida must suck. Bro, that's just more of a suggestion. Him not having a license isn't gonna do shit. He's 1000% driving right now. Do you think he'll post the video? Like his GoPro POV? I guarantee you he already has somewhere. There's no doubt in my mind he has. Glaze is a powerful thing, and it spreads like a virus. To some people, it's like a drug almost, where they can't help but just spread it. And what you find to be glaze-worthy, I might not, and vice versa, but I'm something of a glaze epidemiologist, where once something starts to spiral, I start to study and try and sink my teeth into it to find out, does it deserve this level of adoration? And such is the case with an anime that just premiered called Sentenced to be a Hero. I'd never heard of it before, but seemingly out of nowhere, tons of people gushing grannies over it. I've even seen some people say that this will be the biggest anime of the season, which is big boy words. That's beefier than this fart. Don't know if the mic picked it up. That one was just a bunch of air. The hair was a silencer on that one. Not a lot of bass there. Point is, this is a stacked season for anime. Some huge names are coming in for a new season that people are extremely excited for. But right now, all eyes and all attention are on Sentenced to be a Hero. Now, granted, it has started before a lot of the other ones, but it has a huge 9.1 rating as of me making this video, so of course, I had to check it out. Does it live up to the hype? Now, there's only one episode of it right now, but it's an hour long, which I really appreciated. I think that's always pretty special. To me, that shows like a level of confidence in the show that they believe it's going to be a spectacle, and we're coming out, you know, the gloves are off. So it's 1 hour premiere here for Sentenced to be a Hero, and let me tell you, wow, is it impressive. Like, the visuals in this are incredible. I saw that was a lot of people's, like, big point is how great the action is in Sentenced to be a Hero. They weren't lying. It is constant action throughout this hour, and it is animated beautifully. It goes fucking hard, and I love that our main character, Xylo's power, isn't the standard, you know, like super strength kind of thing. He uses sacred seals. One of them lets him fly, and the main one you see him using for combat is he imbues swords with fire and light, which cause them to explode. So he throws swords that blow up on impact, and he uses it to kill demons. In this show, they're called fairies. They're controlled by a demon lord. It is extremely hype. This premiere felt like I was watching the finale to an anime season. Like, this was almost anime movie level quality for this hour. I was very, very, very impressed. They were definitely right when it came to the hype around the action and the animation. It was extremely good. Now, I also was pretty interested in the world they built here. Hero shows are a dime a dozen. That's like the main thing. Even outside of anime, everything is geared towards like hero type content. So immediately the name Sentenced to be a Hero, I thought, okay, it'll probably be a pretty generic hero anime, which is fine as long as, you know, it's cool. They do give it a different spin. So in this universe, being a hero is like the worst thing you can be. It's a crime. Rather, it is like the biggest possible punishment for criminals. When people see a hero like Xylo, they're not excited. They're angry. They're upset because they know that the reason he is a hero is because he was sentenced to be one, meaning he is the lowest of the low. He is a piece of shit that took a shit. If you are punished, like the worst imaginable punishment in that world is being sentenced to be a hero, which gives you basically immortality where even if you do die on hero duty, they drag your soul back from hell in order to make you be a hero again. So you are constantly being fundamentally tortured on the front lines fighting for the rest of the people around you. So it's not like a noble position, it's like the worst position, which is an interesting spin on it. And also, they introduce goddesses, which are like these weapons that are utilized by the knights. However, in episode 1, our hero, Xylo, makes a pact with a goddess, and they are fundamentally like the most powerful weapon against the fairies / the demon lords. It's a really interesting spin off of tropes in the anime hero genre, and I'm very curious to see where it goes. That being said, it's very simple so far. We're only an hour in. Our main character, he was betrayed, and his crime seems to have all been a setup, and now he's forced to endure this eternal punishment for it, where he is viewed as like the ultimate evil. And of course, there's other heroes around him, and now he has a new goddess that he has made a pact with, and they will be fighting fairies and demon lords, presumably for the rest of the season. So while it's not extremely deep right now, I could never expect it to be after just one episode, 1 hour long, but it is enough to get me hooked on the show, and I want to see it through for sure. Like, the action was incredible, the animation was amazing, and I do think the narrative is interesting enough and different enough from the others in there that it feels fresh. Overall, I really liked it. I definitely understand why there's so much hype around it now. I think it lives up to the hype for sure. Now, I do want to express there is only 1 episode out, so I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that this is like the best episode in the season. Like, maybe from here, the animation takes a fucking nosedive. We've seen it before. Ninja Kamui, Lord help us. Anyone that watched that train wreck unfold. The first 3 episodes, fucking masterpiece, and then it just eats the fattest ass you've ever seen. CGI out the wazoo, becomes like the worst mecha anime ever. They even had like AI images in it at one point. It was a fucking disaster. But it had 3 amazing, beautiful episodes in the beginning. Huge bait and switch with Ninja Kamui. I'm praying that's not the case with Sentenced to be a Hero. I'm pretty optimistic it won't go down that path, but I wanted to at least make a mention that it's something kind of in the back of my head here, since this was such an explosive, beautiful start to it. I don't know how many episodes are going to be in this season, but I wonder if they can keep up that level of quality throughout the entire series here. I feel like they probably can. I think they probably wouldn't have done an hour blowing their load right away if the rest is just trash. Like, if the rest is dog shit, I don't think they would just dump an hour immediately. They'd probably want to spread that out as much as they could. So I'm pretty confident that it's going to stay very high quality throughout. This was a real pleasant surprise of a show here, and another anime that I'll be watching this season. It really is crazy how stacked this season is. There are so many bangers, and now, from out of nowhere, from the top turnbuckle, Sentenced to be a Hero comes in and just fucking lat spreads. It was a really good premiere, and while we're on the subject of anime, I started Orb on the Movements of the Earth very recently. Well, I started a while ago, but then tons of other stuff came out, so I ended up watching that, fell to the back burner. Started again recently. What an incredible show. I haven't finished it yet, but man, what an amazing show. And then I heard that the creator of Orb made 100 Meters. Buddy mine, Dankin, hasn't stopped going ballistic over how good 100 Meters is, which is an anime movie that's on Netflix right now. So I also just watched that. What a fucking amazing movie. I've said this for the last, 3-4 years maybe. We are actually in the golden age of anime animation, in terms of how incredible these shows look. I know plenty of people will split hairs over, the quality of anime that's coming out, whatever. I'm not here to have that debate. I'm talking purely from the standpoint of animation. It is breathtaking how incredible the shows and movies are that are coming out. Visual masterpieces. The spectacle is unbelievable. In 100 Meters, there is a 3.5-ish minute continuous shot that is painstakingly rotoscoped frame by frame. I looked it up. It's 9,800 or something drawings just for that one section. It is a clear labor of love, and the passion is oozing out from that film every second. I was really, really, really impressed with 100 Meters. And I'm really enjoying Orb, so I'm definitely going to be finishing Orb as well. Big fan of that creator now. Back-to-back bangers I really liked from them. I just wanted to briefly mention that here since I'm just yapping about anime. Incredible stuff is coming out right now. And like I said, this season is so fucking stacked. Also, Fate, the new Fate series just started. It just had its premiere. I haven't seen that one yet, but apparently it's really good. So anyway, yeah, back to the whole point of the video. Sentenced to be a hero. Great start. Excited to see more. That's really about it. It lived up to the hype. That's about it. See ya. Them in like prime shape. This is them at their most powerful. And they are easily disposed of. Especially the Mind Flayer. Very cool looking enemy in the Abyss. They make the Mind Flayer look hype as fuck. But the Mind Flayer is defeated by the team deciding we need one person to be bait, which is Nancy, who has become basically like a G.I. Joe super soldier. She's killed like a bunch of people now. She's an elite marksman killing everyone, so she's going to be the bait to shoot the Mind Flayer and have it chase her to a cliffside where the rest of the team is going to ambush it. And they come up with this plan while they are being cornered and chased by the Mind Flayer, meaning that they only have like maybe, a minute at most, but more than likely like 45 seconds to somehow have Nancy be bait for the Mind Flayer without getting caught, this giant creature, and the rest of the crew is going to scale an entire mountainside, get to the top in like a minute, and then start like peppering it from up there. Break. And then they do it. Instantly they do it. Nancy outruns it, gets to the entrance to the cliffside. Everyone's already on top. I guess they fucking teleported it up there, or maybe they had really great climbing gear or free climbed it extremely fast. But they're all up at the very tippy top, throwing Molotov cocktails and flamethrowers at the Mind Flayer. Mind Flayer just eats it, just fucking tanking it like, ow, ow, ow. It doesn't like fight back. It doesn't have any special moves or anything that it uses. Dustin and Steve go under and start fucking jabbing it with their spears. And that's how they're able to stop the Mind Flayer. While inside 11 is in a psychic battle with Henry, Vecna, and it's very easy for her to beat him. Because, of course, there is a hive mind, so as they're hurting the Mind Flayer, Henry's getting hurt too, but I don't know, it just felt like extremely easy. Like, very easy. She just kind of, like, ragdolls him a couple times, and then, like, he fights back a little bit, kinda, and then she pushes him onto a spike with the help of Will, who's, like, impeding his ability to fight back super well. But I don't know, man. You build up for all this, and then it's that easy to defeat them. It just, I don't know, it just, like I said, feels just a little underwhelming is all. And my other big complaint is the military here. They're just like the evil presence that wants to just make more psychic soldiers, so they want to kidnap Elle. And that's all they really care about. So after they save the day, prevent the Abyss from crashing through, as they're escaping, the military was aware of their plan because they were able to, intercept the others, put it all together. They ambushed them. Big burp, huge belch. And while ambushing them, that's where Elle makes like the heroic sacrifice. And then fast forward 18 months, the military's completely left Hawkins, and all of the characters are back to life as normal. Excuse me? Nancy herself mowed down like 6 soldiers we saw, like from the top of a truck. She just kills like 6 dudes. Hopper killed probably like fucking 40 of them. Like a lot of soldiers died as a result of our team here that we follow. And I mean like directly killed by them. Shot. Murdered. Like not an accident where like a piece of debris fell on them. I mean like deliberately they were killed by them. And yet the military just lets them go. I was shocked to see that. I thought there'd be like an explanation where like in order to prevent the secrets from getting out, they felt obligated to let them go, sworn to secrecy or something. No, nothing like that. Even after losing so many soldiers, even after a multi-billion-dollar plan here with this psychic program and all of this military personnel that is now dead, all of the destroyed equipment, everything ruined, the military still just lets them go. What the fuck? I was so confused. But again, that's what I'm saying. It just feels like a lot of it's just for the sake of convenience with no real explanation. It just feels rushed. Like, that's crazy to me that after all of that, they just immediately, like, release them. There's not even a mention of them, like, spending time in jail or something and reaching some kind of deal. They're just instantly free to go. Like, after Elle sacrificed herself, I guess Dr. K was like, well, time's up. And then just said, all right, hey, scram. We're going to go ahead and leave now. Nothing more to be done here. Unless I missed something, but I don't think I did. And even if I did, I really can't think of any explanation where they'd be like, oh yeah, all those soldiers you killed and everything that you've done here that was highly illegal that led to so much death and so much destruction, we're okay with that. We're just gonna leave and let bygones be bygones. That was weird. That was just weird is all. And I don't want to harp too much on the negatives because, like I said, there were a lot of things I liked about it. But man, come on, for the final fight, it is over in less than 10 minutes and not a single Demogorgon? Like, you're fighting on their home turf. Not a single bat, not a single Demogorgon. It's just Vecna, just Mind Flayer, and they just get fucking slammed. They get their hams steamed instantly by the team here. Like, come on. It just felt like such a weak final fight. Like, it wasn't climactic. Like, the actual death of Vecna, I thought they did great. Like, after he's defeated, everything that happened after he died, I thought was solid. Basically, everything once Vecna died, and, well, excluding the stuff with the military, I thought was handled well. Like, I love Joyce being the one to deliver the final blow to Vecna. I love seeing how awful Vecna was to the cast. Every traumatic experience they went through, having a flashback to it, having seen all of these horrible, irredeemable things that Henry was responsible for before Joyce delivering the final blow, I thought they nailed. But not having like a real, like, you know, intense final fight just weakens that experience. And to have the Abyss, this new area, this new planet that we are told is the home turf where all the Demogorgon, bats, all the nasty evil shit lives. This is their home turf. You're expecting it to be Salty Spittoon, crazy, scary. But then you get there, all of our heroes get there, it is completely empty. A barren wasteland, more empty than a fucking blockbuster. Not a single iota of life to be found outside of them instantly going to Vecna and the Mind Flayer. There is nothing else there that impedes them on their journey. It just feels super rushed. Now, I want to get to some of the things I liked here about the final episode. As I said, post Vecna death, I really liked how they handled the characters and where they went from there. The epilogue I actually thought was solid, though I do think it dragged quite a bit. I feel like they killed Vecna pretty early on, and then it was like an hour worth of epilogue, so maybe that was a bit much. But I think overall, they did a good job handling the end of these characters in Hawkins and what that looks like. So seeing, you know, Dustin being valedictorian and giving a really inspirational speech to everyone about, you know, the chaotic good, tying it into Dungeons and Dragons, which, you know, is part of the show's DNA. I thought they handled that great. I thought it was a really good speech. Dustin then moving on to become big bookworm, but still, you know, making time to see his best buddy Steve, and like, you know, Lucas and Max, them just, you know, falling deeper in love over time, having their happily ever after. Will moving to a new area, finding more friends, finding a partner, being accepted. Mike wanting to use his talent for storytelling in order to share, you know, the heroic journey of his friends and his party and what that means in the context of like D&D storytelling. It ending with him watching Holly and her friends now playing D&D in that basement, because now he and his friends have grown up. Now it's the next generation's turn. Like, I do think they did a good job with the epilogue. Steve, Robin, Jonathan, Nancy, where all they ended up at, you know, 18 months after everything, where they have their own jobs, their own lives, but they want to make times to still see each other because they're never going to find friends like what they have. But they also don't want to be in Hawkins anymore. You have Joyce and Hopper looking to start fresh, move. He gets a new job, proposes, they're getting married. Like, it's all very touching. I think they did a good job with the emotional beats to wrap up the characters. Now it's time to yap about the big twist with Elle. So, as the military is ambushing them, trying to take Elle after they've saved the world, so that way they can get their psychic program off the ground. Seems like, you know, that's checkmate. And then Elle somehow was able to escape their clutches, and she sacrifices herself right in front of everyone. That moment was then undercut with a big twist when Mike revealed that he actually had a theory that that wasn't Elle. That was an illusion from Elle's sister. With Elle's sister's dying breath, she made the illusion of Elle getting swallowed by the wormhole's collapse. That way everyone, including her friends, including her father, Hopper, believed she was dead, so that way she could go live a peaceful life off the grid, away from any threats of the military. So Elle is still alive. That's his theory. And it's an interesting idea as a twist. However, in Mike's own theory, he even says
How was she able to, cast that final spell while being suppressed? Because when they're being captured by the military, they had the psychic suppression system activated, meaning she can't use her powers. The entire season has showed she cannot use her powers, and even in like the big reveal moment, she is struggling to escape, not using her powers or anything at all as she leaves. However, there's a huge fucking plot hole here where Elle was somehow able to drag Mike into the void to have their final goodbye and their final kiss. How was Elle able to do that while being suppressed by this military equipment? Like, I guess you could say while she was escaping, she got far enough away that it stopped being effective on her. But I don't think she had enough time to do that. So there's like a glaring plot hole that they even point out, like, how did she cast a spell while being suppressed? That doesn't make sense. And then, when giving the explanation for how that was possible, they still had her use her powers through the suppression with Mike being pulled into Elle's mind with her. That's still her using her ability, right? Through the suppression system. So, there's still question marks for how that would be possible. Like, Mike's theory, it does sound plausible if you forget about the suppression system being active at the time. Like, I'm sure Hop would have told him about Callie's death, so this would be something that he could start to, rationalize as maybe they had this secret plan together. The twist as an idea, I think, is cool, and it does make sense with, Hopper's speech being so emotional and having Callie hear that, her wanting to maybe do something to save Elle's life so that way she can go live the life that, she's always wanted and always deserved, being able to live peaceful, happy, that kind of thing. But I don't think they were able to really pull it off in a way that makes sense because you just have to, forget how things have already been established in order for this to work. Also, the lab blew up way before Elle was taken away, and that's where Callie was in Mike's theory, projecting this illusion of Elle. So when it blew up, that should have also fucking evaporated the illusion too, because Callie would have died there way before Elle did, yet the illusion was still there, it persisted. So there's just multiple things about it, like this theory, that don't really work when you stop to think about it. Now, there is an explanation I've seen people say that I think kind of makes sense here, that it's a coping mechanism for Mike. This is how he's going to accept what happened and move on by making up this happily ever after for Elle, even though it's not the reality of it. I think that makes a little more sense, where that didn't happen. That is just, a story that he's telling that brings him and the rest of the party comfort, believing Elle is out there, having her happily ever after as well. But the reality is, she did sacrifice herself there in that moment. I think that makes more sense, that this is just his story. This is what he chooses to believe, as opposed to being what actually happened. Just my overall impressions of the season are that it felt rushed, and a lot of things about it I just don't think worked, and kind of betrayed what they had set up for 4 seasons worth of build-up and emotional stakes and weight. And their reluctance to kill any characters, I do think, was to the detriment of the season. And I really just don't understand why they kept pretending that this was going to be the darkest season ever. I hope you're ready to have a fucking sad Christmas with Volume 2 coming around and all that. I don't get that. Maybe just the big bait and switch or something, because it really is the truest happily ever after I've ever seen to a show, to a degree where in some cases it literally just doesn't even make sense how they were able to pull it out of their ass that the characters survive. So I won't yab about it too much. It's already been fucking 20 minutes. It wasn't a bad finale by any means. I do think there were quite a few things to like about it. But the season as a whole, I think, is definitely the weakest. I think they really wanted to wrap this up, and so they kind of speed ran a lot of things with it, which just is a little disappointing. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah, trouble for it. But let's say a few of them really are doing this because they care this deeply about the story. Well, doing this is extremely detrimental in the pursuit of justice. All you are doing here is actually helping Bricks and Minifigs, because now you are giving them very easy ammunition to use legally
to prove that Bin and his viral social media campaign have done nothing but incite violence against innocent people in the Bricks and Minifigs umbrella. You are giving them very, very easy layups here. Like, look, here's video evidence showcasing terrible behavior, violent and aggressive behavior from individuals that have been inspired by Reckless Bin's videos. You see, Bin is the bad guy here. Look at what's happening to these innocent people in these stores. Like, I don't know why people can't, like, fucking think at all before going out and doing stupid shit like this. It's so incredibly dumb.
Here's the first video that I saw. I'm gonna be blurring out some of this just for privacy reasons, and also because there are children in some of these videos, and I just want to make sure they don't get caught up in this.
You cannot talk to children in here. You cannot talk to children in here. Not in my store. Look it up. Not in my store. You cannot talk to them. Call security. We're calling security. Call. Sir, if you are harassing our customers, they steal from people. Look at Reckless Ben's video. You are harassing.
Okay, so a guy with sunglasses and a sleeveless shirt walks into a random Bricks and Minifigs, from what it looks like, and decides to tell one of the store employees, hey, go look at Reckless Ben's YouTube channel. Go, as if he probably hasn't seen it already, and as if he has anything to do with it.
I can almost guarantee you every single franchisee across the country, across the globe, any single person with a pulse in the LEGO community has probably heard about what's happened here with that Bricks and Minifigs location in the Reckless Bin video series. They all know about it. And like I said, they are probably also not happy about it because it is affecting their business that they operate. Totally separate from everything that's happened over there and what's happened with corporate and the way that Ammon has conducted himself. So these locations, like the one that this guy is now targeting, they have nothing to do with it, can't do anything about it, and there are people now demanding that every Bricks and Minifigs franchisee just close their doors now in protest of what's happened here. It's not exactly that easy. This is their livelihood. This is how they put food on the table for their families. They can't just be like, oh, I saw that Reckless Bin video, alright, time to pack everything up, time to completely shut everything down and have $0 and have no backup plan overnight now. That is extremely unreasonable, and I imagine a lot of these owners are all trying to figure out what the next steps forward are in light of all of this because of how bad this has become. And I imagine a lot of them aren't very supportive of how corporate has handled it. I don't think anyone in the world is necessarily on the side of how they've conducted themselves, but they operate totally separate from all of the hoopla that's happened. So it's not exactly something as easy as just, all right, time to move on, we're done here. Like, do you do that? Bricks and Minifigs is far from the only shady, possibly, allegedly corrupt corporation in America, and I imagine a lot of people watching this work jobs at major corporations. Do you go in and quit when you learn about the mistreatment of employees or a lot of the unsavory dealings of these mega corporations? I would imagine probably not, because it's a very difficult thing to just do, uprooting your whole life immediately overnight with no backup plan on where to go next. Like, I don't know why all of a sudden that's being requested of Bricks and Minifigs franchisees now.
I mean, I don't know, what's this guy supposed to do? Oh, geez, I saw the video, and now I'm going to make everything right. And I'm going to give back the collection. How does this guy know? This guy doesn't know anything. What are you doing? This looks ridiculous.
It's who you work for, you guys. You're working for Trump, bro.
What?
You're working for Trump. Doors over here, pal. Okay.
I swear people are using the fact that, the cops have behaved awfully. A lot of people have behaved awfully in this situation to pretend it's like the day of the purge and they can live out their fantasy, going up to random store employees and saying, you work for Trump, bro.
You're working for Trump, bro. You're working for Trump.
CoffeeZilla is sharing the same sentiment I am here about where, because this has become so big, everyone feels like now everything's permissible. You can go out there and just cause fucking havoc at Brick and Minifigs locations. PvP enabled now. This guy's going in there saying you're working for Trump. Trump probably can't even spell Lego. Like, I have no idea where that's even coming from here. I didn't recognize the Trump administration got involved in the Bricks and Minifigs scandal. That's news to me.
From another store location. In it, you'll see three people. One, in green, he came in to confront the manager. Up here is the store manager in blue. And over here, we got our white knight.
No. Cool. Here in public, yeah. You guys are liars. Yeah, my store. No trespass.
So you can hear a little bit. He starts talking about something, and then you guys are liars. And then the guy responds, "Look, I'm going to trespass you." The other guy laughs and goes, "Ah, yeah, do it."
Get on my store. No trespass. Hey, you call 911. Yeah, do it. Let's make sure it's already heavy loose like. Why are you in my store? You gotta leave connection. Get out of here. Get off. You're gonna have a serious attack.
So CoffeeZilla gave a great, concise summary of exactly what unfolds here. I'm just kind of showing you the footage itself, but basically, that guy's gone in there to berate the manager, talking about how he's working for liars, and then another customer over there is hearing this, and he's not too happy that they're besmirching the good name of the bricks and minifigs that he's in. So the other customer is coming to defend the honor of this store, which is outrageously silly. The guy doesn't even work there, is not even associated with the company in any way, shape, or form. He's just a shopper who didn't like hearing these mean things about bricks and minifigs. So he physically intervenes, puts hands on the guy, and that's what starts the fight.
You're going on your side one, leave. Who are you? You work here? No, I don't. Who's fucking you? I'm sure. You know why I'm talking? Yeah, I do. You know why? Now get out. You want to wrap this up in this? You have no authority. I don't work here. You don't either. Yeah.
So our altercation really is one guy going, "You don't work here," and the other guy says, "Well, neither do you." This ain't gonna find the Legos. Brian Mansell's collection ain't in the store, guys.
I just wanted to speak with you. Then you leave. Dude, who are you? You have no authority. Why don't you tell me what happened? Why are you not listening? Why are you not listening to someone listening?
I know I'm going to have to blur a lot of this. They're getting in some serious, brain damage in some of these hits here. A little CTE over a Lego store, guys. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And
it doesn't make a lot of sense. That's very true. I cannot wrap my head around how anyone would think this is somehow helpful in any way, shape, or form. To be marching into the local Lego store here like you're some superhero to have some stern words with the manager. And then I also can't understand how just a customer at the store would be like, "Absolutely not on my watch," and then start putting hands on the guy for it and then getting into a fight, like a full-blown fight. It's just absurd. It's actual, it's just preposterous.
No. Sorry, bitch. Fucking God. Retribution's coming. Oh, justice, God, justice, glory, always. You will be testified to life. Yeah, I'm going to walk you. Why are you a business expert? They took my phone.
Okay, so pretty much from here you can see what starts to be drips of blood falling from the guy in black's face. I mean, his face is jacked up from this fight.
Actually pretty brutal. So he does have a lot of blood leaking from his face there. The guy then leaves the store, apparently took his phone too, so he robbed him as well. I don't see how he thinks he's the hero in the story by brutalizing this guy.
It's embarrassing. You're just another bad person in this situation if you behave like this. And even the guy who's playing, superhero in the store, going up to the other guy and engaging and trying to put hands on the other guy, that also is just escalating things. I feel like this entire situation has been a series of unnecessary escalations.
It really is just embarrassing trash behavior all around. I didn't think there was a world where people would think that somehow this kind of action is justified or helpful to the overall case here and the pursuit of justice. I didn't realize there was confusion on how all of this was even unfolding in the first place in regards to it being this one location and those franchisees. I didn't realize people thought that extended to every single bricks and minifigs around the country. That is just not how it works. You going to your local one isn't going to somehow locate Brian's father's Legos, or you're not going to uncover some huge secret there that blows the lid wide open on this case or anything like that. All you're going to do is, once again, cause a fucking unnecessary ruckus like this, maybe get into a fight, I suppose. It's just dumb. It really is. So yeah, the Lego Vigilante trend here, pretty cringe shit. That's really about it. So yeah, kindness. What do you think of when you think of kindness? Good deeds, smile on your face, helping others. Maybe you even picture some positive presence in your life, like Mr. Rogers. Well, it's time you throw out everything you think you know about kindness. You see, Darman fam, real kindness is this face. Darman is so kind that he has even accepted a formal position at the NFL to be an officer of kindness. That's right, we can all rest a little easier knowing that Darman is the NFL's first Chief Kindness Officer. Now obviously today is Super Bowl Sunday, and Darman's no doubt going to have his work cut out for him with a bunch of rowdy fans and a lot of tempers flaring based on what's happening in the big game with the pigskin. But I think Darman's up to the task of making sure everyone stays happy and kind. It's like Cupid, but instead of shooting arrows that make people fall in love, he shoots arrows that make people kind to one another. So you might see a Seahawks fan and a Patriots fan arguing, but Darman will come through, separate them, and say, "Wait! Why don't we all just get along?" And then the two of them will exchange a handshake and maybe even offer each other some money. You see the news about Darman becoming NFL's Chief Kindness Officer. I keep forgetting to look that up. But yeah, I saw Darman has been knighted by the NFL, I suppose, as the kindness officer. Let me see what that actually means.
3. Would you rather have $100 for yourself or $500 to give to your teammates?
$500 to give to my teammates.
Why'd you choose your teammates?
I think they deserve it more than me.
You want to go pass it out? All right, let's do it.
Nice! Spreading kindness, let's go!
Angazi, you deserve it, bro.
What's up, bro?
So what is... I was hoping this would be an explanation on what the fuck the Chief Kindness Officer means. So he just does Mr. Beast style shorts? Now, just to be clear, if he's giving away money to kids and organizations that need it on behalf of the NFL, that's fine. I don't really think you need to have a position, a label as the Chief Kindness Officer. That feels very performative and odd. But if this is something Darman wanted to do in partnership with the NFL to just give back to, like, the community or, you know, charities, I obviously had no problem with that. I just think this whole, like, Chief Kindness Officer push is very peculiar. Oh, wow, this just came up. The Super Bowl's Chief Kindness Officer had 5 felony charges. Wait, what? Darman has felony charges? It's an invented honorary position the league made up this year to promote sportsmanship, empathy, and positivity both on and off the field. Essentially, the Chief Kindness Officer is here to make sure everyone are friends and have a good time. This year's Chief Kindness Officer is Darman. In 2010, he was accused by his business partner of running what he called a hydro-Ponzi scheme when Darman pulled out of We Grow, a hydroponics cannabis business. In 2012, he was charged with 13 felony counts for defrauding an Oakland City beautification program by submitting fraud... Here, I'm going to just put this on screen. By submitting fraudulent checks that made it appear as though he was paying contractors more than he actually was. The 13 charges were reduced to 5 and he pled no contest. In 2023, this is what I remember, actors employed by Darman Studios claimed they had poor working conditions and unsustainable pay. Here's something from Darman on Facebook. Let me see. Maybe he explains it.
And I'm starting the Be Kind to Your Rival challenge, where you have to say something nice about someone who you haven't always seen eye to eye with. And for every person that participates, I'm going to be donating $10 to help kids at St. Jude. So I'm going to choose Mark Wahlberg Because Mark, ever since that day that you invited me to your house to have that crazy leg workout, I was not able to walk for like 2 weeks after that. I had to literally be carried up the stairs. But because I gotta say something kind, I will say after that day, it helped me lock in. I've been taking ice baths. I've been in the gym.
You couldn't at least just choose someone that you actually don't like? For your own challenge, you couldn't just choose someone that you actually have a disagreement with? How about the judges who charged you with felonies? Yeah, at the very least, just choose someone you just don't fucking like. That's like the whole point of this, right? Trying to make amends with people from your past that you don't always see eye to eye with. Why are you just choosing your friend who gave you a leg workout? No, Charles, you idiot. He has to humble brag he knows Mark Wahlberg. Ah, you're right. I didn't even stop to think about that. Imagine it was you he picked. That'd go kind of hard, actually. But not me. It'd be Chinese Charles. There's this fucking asshole on Billy that keeps talking all kinds of shit on my productions. Still really trying to find out what his, role with the NFL is for kindness officer. This does not feel related to the NFL in any way. Alright, everyone. Choose someone you don't like and say something nice. And then I'll be donating some money to St. Jude's. I mean, that's great. I mean, just donate 100,000. I think that's great. That's kind. You see, scientists created a universal kidney that can match any blood type. That's nothing. NFL's chief kindness officer Darman created a smile that can match any face. Now, honestly, the duties of this position still elude me. I don't know if he's going to be like fucking Commissioner the here from, the Gotham City, where he's going to be out on the streets doing kind gestures. To me, it seems like this is purely just a PR thing to team up with Darman, who is massive and has a huge audience, to do little Mr. Beast style shorts and handshake with the NFL saying thanks for sponsoring NFL. It doesn't seem like this is a genuine thing to try and spread positivity or kindness. It seems like it's more just marketing mumbo jumbo here with Darman's face on it. But maybe he is, taking a real role here. And I think if that is the case, I would love to hear from the NFL's chief kindness officer about the latest scandal in the NFL with James Pierce Jr. James Pierce Jr., linebacker for the Falcons, just did something I think, pardon my French, is pretty fucking rude, actually. I think he's a bit of a jerk.
To Falcons. And before that happened, police say Pierce Jr. was at the police station and allegedly involved in a domestic dispute. This video that you see here shows the first round pick of 2025 being brought to the ground by several police officers. Doral Police tonight telling us they first heard reports of Pierce Jr. and his girlfriend, WNBA star Rickea Jackson, having an argument at the police station. Investigators say Pierce left in his car, then crashed near Northwest 103rd Avenue and Northwest 66th Street. Pierce Jr. faces 6 charges tonight, 2 counts of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, assault on an officer, stalking, fleeing, and misdemeanor resisting arrest.
Not good. The Falcons put out a statement saying, "We are aware of an incident involving James Pierce Jr. in Miami. We are in the process of gathering more information and will not have any further comment on an open legal matter at this time." Now, I would like to hear from Darman here. I think this is not good. What you just saw on the news there with the officers on top of him like they're trying to recover a fumble, that's no Darman skit. This isn't one of those moments where Darman's bestowing some sage wisdom on us like, treat others the way you want to be treated. And I'd like to hear his perspective as someone who is the preeminent expert on kindness. Anyway, though, as of me making this is a pretty brand spanking new, so there's multiple reports, and some of them conflict in certain cases, but from what I've gathered here, it is alleged that James Pierce Jr. crashed his car into his ex Rickea Jackson's vehicle. Then, as officers tried to apprehend him, he led them on a police chase that ended with him crashing his car and also hitting an officer as well, which is then where the video kicks in, where they had all the officers on top of him attempting to arrest him. Not good at all. I imagine this is probably the end of his career as a football player and probably the end of his time as a free man for quite a while. Those are some hefty charges, and from what I've been seeing in the reports here, it seems like he was attempting to seriously harm, maybe even kill Rickea Jackson. Ramming his car into hers, that can easily kill people. So, very serious shit, very bad stuff, and kind of just wanted to yap about the Darman Chief Kindness Officer because it's kind of silly, and then as I was doing that, this happened, so just decided to talk about all of it. That's really about it. So, yep.